I'm so late. Please don't hate me. I am very late. Extremely late. Super late. Very late. Hi, Handbag. Hello. Sorry, I'm like extremely late. Do I have someone else's stream? Oh, no. Alright. Hi, Jake. Sorry. Yeah, no. Today I'm very late. And, I know it's too high. What the fuck? Sorry. Listen, what happened is, I had to do a couple of stuff, alright? A couple of things before coming live. And then I was like, you know what? I have an hour and a half. I can just chill for a little bit. I deserve that. I went to the gym. I did a lot of things today. Still, the camera, I don't like the angle. I was like, I did a lot of things. I deserve to like chill a little. Let's do a game of Valorant. It was like 1 hour and a half game. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I really am. Hi, Handbag. Hi, Ashkelon. Yeah, don't forget to do the check-in. I still don't like this angle. What about now? Is it better? Better than nothing. Shit, I'm so sorry. I was supposed to be here half an hour ago. I'm really sorry. Plus, yeah, the ball is back because I have a very good reason today to have the ball back. Shit, I'm very sorry. Wait, what's happening? Alright. Oh. People, how are you doing? How is this Friday? Shit, I need my glasses. I cannot see nothing. Wait. Let me get my glasses. Where did I put them? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Glasses! Oh, glasses! What the fuck? They're not here, right? They're not here. Hi, Julie! They're not here. Where the frick are? What are them? Glasses. Did I just lose my glasses? Listen, until we find them back, I'm gonna have to use the ugly ones. Asian, hi! Hello! Thank you for the 100 beanies. What was that for? Thank you for that. Good morning. Hello! Shit. I generally lost my glasses. Don't make fun of my glasses, okay? I have no idea where I put them. Fresh out of the box! Wolf! Wolf, thank you so much for the month. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome in. Welcome among the subs. Happy to be here. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for that. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I found a cool thing that I can do. My glasses are fire? Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, the alerts are loud? Are they? Wolf! Chat, can I... You don't have to know why, but just can we have a thank you for Wolf? Just thank you, Wolf. Just, that's it. Are the alerts actually loud? No, they're dead? No. Wait, you couldn't hear them? You couldn't hear the alerts? Alright. You heard the meow, but also the others, right? No? Not the others? You heard this. You heard this. Hi, Kuru. We're not studying today. Today we're not studying. Actually, let me do the story on Instagram also. Shit, I'm so sorry that I'm late. Especially because there is a freaking... We have a super guest. We have a super guest today. I cannot take a... Someone... Wait. You hear everything. Shut up. Don't make fun of my glasses. I swear. Don't make fun of them. I know. Shut up. Wait. Live now. Okay. Let me also put the link. Link. Twitch.tv No, yeah. Oh my god.
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Angelo! You hear them, right? You hear them. Angelo, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you so much for the 4 months with the private. Thank you. And welcome back. Okay.
Grazie per la campagna. L'altro giorno finalmente sono entrato su pero mutato, a piccoli step faccio progressi.
That's perfect. That's perfect. I'm very, very proud of you. I'm very proud for you deciding to come in the chat. I appreciate you for being there. Very proud. That cover. Oh, no. Chat, this is just because I wanted to show you something that I bought because you know that we're going live, in real life next week. By the way, thank you for the hype. Why is the hype train not working? Hype train. You better.
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett,
Shit!
amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Angelo, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Jumbo, let's not talk about my glasses, please. Let's not. Okay, thank you so much for the prime, Angelo. Appreciate you very much. Listen, okay, the glasses because I cannot find the others. I have no idea where did I put them. I generally need them. I have so many things. Shit!
Amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Shit! Simpson! Thank you so much for that. Shit. Simpson, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for the 5 months. Well, look at how many 5 months, 4 months we have. So many. Wait, okay, let me be late for 5 minutes to the host, to the guest. You can't eat during class. I wanted to show you what I got for, like, you know that next week we're gonna go to the in real life, right? I got something that generally makes me feel like a Ben 10, but it's actually also very useful for the live. So I got this. You might be like, what the heck is this, G? This, my fellow friends and whatever. Wait, I cannot. It's a overly complicated strap. That's Wolf! Wolf, that was so not needed. Wolf! Shit! Thank you so much for gifting to Janju. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. What the heck? Ayana! For real, that was really not necessary. I appreciate you. Hi, Rising! Yeah, Ben 10, because you see this? You're like, what the heck is this? Well, that, united with this new cover for the phone, you just put the phone in, and I can just hold my phone here. So when we go for the... Wait, I will have to, like, fix it better, maybe in the other way. But when we go for the in real life, I'm just gonna go for this one. So, like, here I hold, like, the thing for, like, the... Oh, look at that and that. And here I have the phone, like, oh, what are you saying, you stupid? It's for, like, when we go for the in real life, you know? That's for... Oh, man.
Davian Senar Milan Glesse.
I will. Sorry, if you hear farts, it's not me farting, it's the ball. But Wolf, thank you so fucking much for the 500. What the fuck? I will teach you English as much as I can. No, it is like it is connected. I can also turn it around. I can put it like this. Like I can put it like this. I can put it like this. It can turn around. It is not stable because I did it like now in 2 seconds, but I will have to like turn this one around, I think, because I think that it's more stable on the other side. And then that's it. That's what we have. Can I spin the phone? Yes, I can. Like, yes. I know I look like a superhero. Isha, thank you for the 100 BDs. People, what the fuck? What is happening? What is going on? Yeah, exactly. I also for the bicycle. Because I also have this thing that I can put like on the bicycle thingy, and I connect it, and then it goes like it does the same thing. I can do it like this, and then I put the phone here, you know? Yeah, Janju, you saw it? You received a gifted one. People, This one was 10 bucks. This one was 10 bucks, Ashkelon. But it's honestly necessary because I will have two phones. Because yes, chat, since you really like the... Ishan, thank you for the 100 BDs. What the fuck? Chill! Since you like the in real life very much, I decided, you know what, and since I like it especially, I decided to do this investment. For now, like, I'm losing on it, but I'm having fun, so who cares? So I got a new phone, so then we can have a better in real life. The in real life will be next 29 and, no, it will be on the 29 and 30. We're gonna go in a tech conference, to a tech conference where I got invited. It's gonna be very cool, very, very cool. I cannot wait. Like, there's gonna be very many things amazing. And if you go to the announcements on Discord, you see all the different panels. You can also select the ones that you like the most, and we're gonna go watch those. By the way, I stopped touching these things because I'm too much. No, this one for the IRL. For IRL. Yeah. So then I can put the phone here while I hold the other one going around like this, you know, like, or like I can have like one free hand. Otherwise I would be like with... What the fuck? Shit! Shit, Ishan! Ishan! Thank you so much for the gifted. Please! Please! Can we chill? Can we chill? I need to introduce you to someone. I need this train to end so then I can introduce you to someone. Shit! There we go. There we go. I see what you're doing there. I see. Alright. Okay. Thank you for the 100 BDs. Yeah, you don't want me to start the live. Okay, I see that. Live is not starting. Is that what you're saying? By the way, okay, cool. Thank you, Wolf. I will be... So today we have... First of all, we have Prime. Amazing person. Amazing, crazy. Ishan! Ishan! Stop it! Ishan! Ishan, shit! What the fuck? Thank you for the 2... Neo! Wait, how many months? What? Okay, today I'm getting lost. 14 months? On a tier 3? Man! Sorry. On a tier 3? Shit! Yeah, revenge you, like, we can, if we get to... If we get to 900...
Also subscribe to G's YouTube.
Thank you. If we get to 900, we go to the museum in real life. Oh, yeah.
Hello, G. I'm in for the stream. Should I buy 2 million bits?
No. It's cool. It's fine. Don't do it, 40. No. It's fine. No, don't do it. It's completely fine. Shit, we're at the level 5. What the fuck? I have Prime right there that is waiting for us to join. I have Prime right there waiting for us to join. Because today we're gonna be having a chit chat with Prime, who's amazing. Netflix engineer, he's gonna tell you all about it. And then we're gonna be Ishan, again, thank you so much for the gifted ones. And then we're gonna be cooking. I'll show you how I do my... Julie, thank you for the 100. And then we are gonna be I'm gonna show you how I do my fried chicken without frying them. And it's my special recipe. I hope you will like it. And with some fries and blah blah blah. And some sandwiches. No, because I'm not frying them. And then we're gonna be having okay, no, listen. We have to chill. Ishan, you already have 30 gifted ones. It's okay. It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate you. Chill, man. Chill. Chat, can we relax? What do you know, chill?
Amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
DJ Johnson, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Happy anniversary. Shit. Yes, we're gonna be having some cooking. So I'll be doing that chicken. We're gonna be doing that chicken. And then we're gonna have The Sims until I pass out. The Sims until I pass out. That's for sure. Chat, can I need to introduce you to people. Can we get over with this train? Can we get over, Tyler? Thank you. Fuck. Thank you for the 500 BDs. Can we eat it too? Sure. It's a super easy and cheap recipe. Because of course it's my recipe. Shit. I need to introduce you to someone. Shit. How to do frying chicken without chicken? No, without chicken. With the chicken. We're not. We need the chicken for that. Good morning, Brodino. Good morning. Hi, Sam. Hello. I also have to put I should do also a Twitter. Let me just do this tweet. So then. What's going on today? Did you oversee your paychecks today? What is it? What the heck? What's going on? It's Friday. My god, Daniel, thank you so much for the gifted one. What the fuck? Isha, thank you. Can we chill? 23 is not a paycheck day. I don't know. Are you using your savings? What's up? It's my paycheck. Shut up. I'm sorry to make Prime live now with the Prime agent talking about how Python is how Visual Studio Code. Wait, I'm gonna. Did we achieve the full train? No, 3%. Oh. Gus! And thanks to Ishan, we got it.
I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling.
Prime, I'm so sorry. Prime, shit, Prime, I genuinely am very sorry. I wanna get into the call, but look at these crazy Dambos. They're going for the train. They're not allowing me to. I'm sorry. I see you there. I see you. Ishan, what about these 100s? Shit, chat. We got to the top. We got to the end of the. Gus, Gus. That's your very first message. You subscribed for 3 months. Fuck, man. Chad, Gus subscribed for the 3rd month, and that's their first message. Gus, you're a giga, Chad. I swear. Fuck. Thank you so much for that. Wait, I'm just. Okay. Shit! Thank you so fucking much for the train, people. What the heck? I've been late for 2 minutes. Can we chill? 16 minutes actually, but it's fine. No! No! Wolf, didn't you say you were done with money? Wolf, didn't you say you were done with the money? Shit! What the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted once more. What the fuck? Chat! Can we chill? The train was over. Yeah, but let's count it as if it was in the train. Shit! Why do I have the panda headlights as glasses? Panda's headlights? What? Shit, chat. Thank you so much. But now, the train is over. Wait. I need to put the link here. Let's study TME. Done. Gone. People, shall we start? Shall we start the work? Rising! 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 Rising is always here when it's time to piss me off. It's tired. Rising. Rising, shit, thank you for the 5, but is that a way for me for you to tell me like, no, we're not starting? Shit. What the fuck? What the heck? Julie, you got this. But shit. Rising, thank you so much for the 5 gifted ones. People, we have to, we just started, can we? Shit.
At Study TME, can you chill with all the content lately? Stmal, I'm getting anxiety from missing streams. Bible thump.
Sorry. My bad. Sorry. My my bad, Neo. I'll slow down. Even though if you saw on Discord. Okay, let's work. Yes. I'm coming. I'm in the call. Wait. Yes. Waiting for the host. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
My feelings are only moderately hurt.
What? Why?
I just sat there and waited so patiently.
What?
15 minutes.
I'm so sorry. I told Chat. It's Chat's fault. You can get angry with them.
Okay, I'm a bit low, by the way. Chat.
Yeah.
I'm
increasing.
Let's bring it up.
Shit. Yeah.
Maximum volume.
Yeah. Let me see. Is it better, Chat? Is it better now, or am I too loud?
It should be better.
Because I'm tall. Wait, what? Oh. Funny joke.
Yeah. Do you want? Yeah, you are. It's peeking out of your top of your screen there.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I was just scrolled. Never mind.
Yeah. Wait, is it better?
I'm just tiny. It's okay.
No, I made you bigger.
I can make myself bigger too.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. Look, I'm huge now.
Yeah, you're very big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is
very
great.
big. Yeah. But by the way, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Chat, can I have a huge welcome to the huge Prime? How do you?
I'm not huge. You know, actually, my family refers to me as extra medium, so I'm not. I wouldn't put myself as big.
Yeah, Valentina, thank you so much for the sub. Shit, Chat, I'm removing the alerts because I still haven't figured out how to divide the volumes, and either I kill you with the alerts, but you also hear very clearly Prime, or you don't hear Prime and you hear very decently the alerts. That's a pro streamer right here. Hi.
That's how it goes.
How do you
pronounce? Amp up my resolution a little bit. It looks a little low. Let's see if. Oh no, it's at 720. Weird. I don't know. Your picture's very nice though.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. How do you pronounce your nickname? Primogen. Shit.
You're nailing it. First try right there. Primogen.
Primogen?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did a little tongue roll in there, so that was okay.
Primogen. It's too much.
I'll accept that. That's fine too.
Oh, well, Chad, can I have a huge thank you for Primogen for joining us? Like, I swear, like, I've been watching you since, like, how long do I know you for? Like, a year now, I think. And
we're like at a year, yeah.
And I feel like every single time that I come to your streams, it's always like there's never been like one day that it was not huge power, like a huge amount of power coming out of the screen. I'm not gonna.
I get excited.
I'm
an excitable individual.
Yeah, that's amazing. But can I ask you more, like especially for the chat that is watching now? What do you do? Like what?
Well, what do you say I do around here? To describe it, I am a husband to a beautiful wife, father of 4 children. I am engineering in the real world, and I stream on Twitch via programmings.
Shit.
And sometimes gaming, but rarely.
Man, like, shit. Like the very first question that would come into my brain is like, how do you not pass out from being like extremely tired for all the things that you do, like 4 children, a wife, a job, Twitch? I was like, what the heck?
I do things swiftly.
What do you mean swiftly?
That's pretty much. I just program really fast. So my day job, fair. I let my back brain solve 80% of the problems. And when I come to work, I know exactly what I want to do. And so I just do it as fast as humanly possible.
Man.
And that's just what I do. Everything I do, I try to do as fast as possible. Speed.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Yeah.
So yeah, that's not a problem. It's a superpower. I like it.
That's so cool. Like, so many people actually get like stuck because they say like, oh, I have ADHD, so I cannot focus on one thing, but you can actually get through it.
Yeah. I actually did. I recently did a small talk on this. My general takeaway for ADHD is the following: ADHD plus maturity is a superpower. Mm-hmm. ADHD plus excuses is a nightmare. Right? Like, you got one or the other. You have to fight it every single day. And once you learn to control that wild set of energy inside of you, it becomes awesome. But if you don't, it just rules you. Either the dog shakes its tail or the tail shakes the dog. And I choose one side. And sometimes I have to choose it 14,000 times in a single day. Sometimes I don't,
Shit. Like, but then how was this small prime? Like when you were little?
Oh, I was in trouble all the time. I've gotten more than one handwritten letter from a teacher saying I was the worst student they've ever had.
What were
Handwritten.
you doing?
Well, one of them, I threw a bear out the window of
What?
theirs. Her name was Mrs. Baird, and she had 200 bears, and then she had 199, and I got caught.
Wait, what? No. Explain. You threw a barrel out of the window?
A bear. Like
A bear?
BEAR, bear. Like,
A bear? Like the animal?
yeah, she had stuffed bears all around, and so, I would just do stupid stuff because I thought it was funny. I don't know. I was young and dumb. It doesn't really matter, but I also would, talk and say dumb, try to make jokes. You get the idea.
And how did you get to be from but were you also very high performing back then or like?
No, I got 2.16 in high school, which I believe is barely passing. Yeah, I almost doubled my GPA in college.
How did that happen? Like, did you find like a magic I don't know, a formula?
Well, I have stated some of the story before.
Yeah.
So it's, oh, hey, where am I
Yeah.
going?
No.
So
I'm
watching the screen at the same time. See, this is where I start to lose focus. I'm like, hey, what's happening over there? People are moving.
No. I'm not gonna move you too much. It's like so then I can if I ever do like a video or something with your approval, of course. Then I have like a cool space to play with it.
Yeah, I like it. Now you're in the forever. I'm gonna have to keep adjusting these.
No,
because somehow you got a perfect pixel spacing, but the squares are slightly offset.
Okay.
So
You're one of
let's
those
see.
people. Okay. I'll fix it. I promise.
No, it doesn't bother me, but I know that it bothers my wife. Dies by that, so I've learned to look and find those things. So,
There we go.
how did I have a change of attitude?
Yeah.
Well,
Shad is also screaming. Shad is also no help.
I know you're gonna drive chat mad. At least half of them will hate it. Half of them won't even notice it. So
There we go. This is perfect.
it is perfect. Let's see. So I guess the best way to describe it is that when I was younger, I started getting into a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. So,
Yeah.
I mean, how PC can we be or not be on the
Wow,
stream?
go for it.
Okay, so when I was 4 years old, I discovered pornography. And so that
4
kind of,
years old.
yeah, so that was really bad. And so that kind of like affected my brain for an extremely long period of time. And so that kind of drove
Understandable.
the addiction complex and all sorts of different, aspects
Yeah.
of life. And throughout, by the time I got to college, I was fairly addicted to many things, including, I mean, pot would be the nicest thing I'd be doing, right? A lot of LSD, mushrooms, methamphetamines, cocaine.
At what age? Sorry.
Oh, that by the time that was happening, that was like 18.
Oof.
Yeah. And so at that point, I was fairly addicted to everything. Like really what it was that you're trying to fill a feeling. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's always everyone has some sort of hole in their life in which you try to justify or fill in with something. And so it was very, very, very difficult during those times. And then just one night, I had an extremely real presence feeling with God that I was going to die to continue this. Like very, very terrifying. Felt real, like this is the end if you continue. So after that day, I said, okay, I do not wish to continue down this route. That was enough for me to say that is the end. And from that day forward, I stopped doing those things. Obviously, I struggled with porn the longest for about 3 years. I haven't looked at pornography in 15 years. Don't smoke cigarettes. Don't do meth anymore. That's positive. But but that was like the beginning of me learning that I have to take control of things because I let my life be I just let whatever I feel dictate what I did. And so
Yeah.
at some point I had to stop doing that. And so then by stopping doing that, I started realizing I can control much, much more of how I react, not based on how I feel, but what I think is the right thing to do. And so, after that, my first semester in college, I didn't do great, but I definitely actually did not like C's and D's. And I was like, wow, I can do this. I was I took pre-calculus 3 times and failed. And then by that point, I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. Like, I can do this. And so that's kind of when, that's like the moment that it happened. And at that point, I took Calc 1, and I was the first person to finish every test about 45 minutes to an hour earlier than everybody else, and had the highest grade every time. They actually threw out my test every single time. I got like 150% every single time because they had to remove my score from the pool.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I know. I was the guy that set the curve, just ruining it for everybody else. But then they stopped letting me set the curve. And so after that point, just something clicked inside of me. It's like, you do something long enough, there just comes a point where the fruit of that trying changes you. You know, like at first it was hard. I was still getting C's, getting degrees, right? And then all of a sudden, a year after trying really hard every day, it started to change. And then 2 years, it completely was different. You know, and then now I'm me. Doing me things.
Can I ask you a question, like, about the revelation that you had, like the thing that where you think you were very my words are not coming. Like, you said that you had a moment where you felt very, very present with God. Can I ask you, like you are a very technical person, like you're coding and all of that. Are you also religious?
Yeah. That day was the day I became religious. I wasn't religious before that. I had no affiliation or anything like that. I'd put myself as functional atheist at that point before then, just because sure, God, whatever. Like, that was probably my biggest attitude towards it. I was like, I haven't really, I don't think about it, right? There's nothing up here that's even thinking about those kind of things. And so when that happened, that was a rather larger life change, because I was not, let's just say I wasn't planning on it. I was really enjoying or I thought I did, and also really hated my life at the same time. But I was really enjoying the things I was doing, if you will.
Yeah.
But, whenever you're doing things in addiction, you always think you enjoy them.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I love smoking cigarettes, and then when you're stopped, you're like, wow, did I hate that?
Yeah. But then can I ask you, like, because, like, I get this constant idea of the fact that I didn't build a discipline when I was little. So then now I don't have discipline also because of that. And you were one of the people that didn't have much discipline, but now you got to be like, I mean, you're doing amazing things. How did you have to train yourself to get back to have like a discipline or something?
I'm not disciplined in all areas. So there's absolutely no, I would not call myself a fully disciplined person, right? I don't make my bed in the morning. I have stopped a lot of like the uncleanliness habits. Still very, very hard for me to do that. I see that you've cleaned up your room, right? We were on a call earlier. It looks cleaner. It's one of those things you have to do. That's why I have paint. That's why I have paint. Okay, you can't be dirty. But real talk, like, I still struggle in a lot of areas, and there definitely comes a point where I realize you can't win every time. You have to choose where you are fine not doing. Because I think there's probably a point where you get what's the right term? It's something like satiation, right? Decision satiation. I'm not really sure what the right term would be, but where you finally you can't be on always. You have to have something in which you don't. So I've just kind of, like, I'll never be the most organized person, and I recognize that, because at one point I felt like I almost developed actual OCD, like not the I have OCD, but like I was organizing my shirts by color, and I was just like, I've hit the peak. Like, I either have to stop or I'm developing a problem, and I recognize that. Time to stop. So I just stopped right there, and then I've never been clean since. But I try to.
I swear, like, you're doing something that is amazing. The fact that you recognize you had the problem with all the addictions, and then change, and then you had the OCD problem, change.
I've had one more of those actually in my life. I got hit by a car when I was biking in Alaska, and the next day I took one step onto the street to cross the street, broke out in sweat everywhere. Immediate PTSD. I backed up and I was like, whoa, I can't go across the street. And I realized that this is going to dictate my life. So I walked across, started sweating profusely. Car screeched, almost hit me again. And I was just like, I can't let it do. I cannot live like this. I have to be okay. And for like the next 2 days, I would just sweat the whole time. And then it went away. I don't know. I do think we have more powers over our body than we probably realize. And at least for me, it's worked by just saying no, and then just saying it all day, every day.
That's honestly like a lot of like it takes a lot of power to do that. Like to be able to say no. Like you see, like stupid thing. I consider myself addicted to TikTok. It takes so much power for me to say no. I'm not gonna continue for the next 15 minutes. No.
Yeah, you have to stop now. You can't stop at the end. That's something else I learned. You don't stop in the middle of a pack of cigarettes, or you don't stop at the end of a pack of cigarettes. You stop in the moment. It's always in the moment. It's always a no at that moment. It's never, okay, I'll be done X. I don't think a lot of people are successful if they allow it, because you're not really winning. You're just, natural separation, which can help, but it's not you who's winning. It's the separation,
And like now, like these are all things that you stopped, and do you work the same also when things that you start, like you start them right away? Like I am not working out tomorrow. I start. How does that work in your brain?
Yeah, I do. I tend to do that as well. I will turn. I have to do it. I actually recently did just start working out again.
Really?
Flossing's the next one on my list. Flossing, nice. I'm gonna defeat that. I've started flossing as many times as I've quit smoking. It's an extremely hard habit to start.
Yeah.
And I get successful for like a month and a half, and then I don't know what happened. I fall off, and I kind of forget about it. And then now I'm gonna do it again. I can feel it.
How many times do you have a goal to floss for?
Every day. Why not?
Every day? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Shit.
Why wouldn't you?
I mean,
your teeth. If your teeth go bad, you get like heart disease.
Know,
I don't want that. I want to be able to eat
heart
a sandy.
Disease?
Yeah, your mouth is the entrance to your body. There's like all sorts of problematic things that happen. Like look up some of the things that are related to your teeth. When they go bad, there's like a lot of shit that goes wrong. Oh, sorry,
really?
Poop that goes wrong in your body.
Fine.
I know you curse.
Yeah, you can say shit.
But
it's fine.
This is, it's a little podcast.
It's okay.
I'm trying to clean it up for you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. There's also people in the chat say like, "Can you teach me how to leave?" Like that's honestly insane. Like I hope you do realize how much power do you have, like how strong you are for being able to do these quick changes and to not stay in like.
Not all of them were quick though. Not all of them were quick. Like the porn one took like 3-4 years.
Yeah.
Smoking cigarettes took like a year. Each one of them take a long time. There's this old phrase that the distance between your head and your heart is the greatest distance in the universe. I am pretty much in full believer of that. It takes a long time to match what's up here and here.
Yeah. Oh.
It's best if it comes from here. Every time that something has happened that's really changed my life, it's often that it comes from here to my head, not from my head to here.
Yeah. Can I ask you, why did it took you so long to get off the porno addiction?
It's a really hard addiction. People don't realize how much
really
is tied up to that. I also think it's just the whole 4-year-old thing. It's probably the longest running one in my life.
Fair enough.
And especially as a male, males, they there's that joke that they think, males think about sex every 3 seconds. Like they're,
is it true though?
It's real terrible. I will definitely say that, now that I'm trying to control my life, it is by far one of the hardest things is to be able to control that desire. I don't know. It's a very, very difficult desire to control. If I don't control it and I let it dictate my life, like sometimes I just can't even like think. I don't know. I think that's part of, obviously, again, I've had a unique past.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. I know that a lot of women who have lower sex drives, if they go to the doctors and get testosterone implants, things go up. Or men that have low, often it's because they have lower testosterone. Testosterone is like the direct correlation. So I don't know what happened, whether I was young, seeing it early, made something morph in my body or whatever. But either way, it was really, really difficult. And I am happy that I'm more in control than I've ever been. But I also realize that I'm only a couple, everyone's only a couple decisions away from being anything, right? A guy once told me that, what's the difference between you and someone you hate or someone that we think is repugnant, which is just time and circumstances. You give me the right time, you give me the right circumstances. Or what's the best way? I heard someone say it, you're just a drink and a wink away from ruining your life. Right? That's all, it doesn't take a lot to do vast changes through your life. And so, I try to be very careful and realize like how fragile all these things actually are. They're not, it's not just my strength. My strength will only last for so long.
Like I always say, like, for example, that motivation is freaking bullshit. So I think, as you were saying, like the idea of like having the strength of like say just the small thing, just to get rid of that small thing. I think it's very, very powerful. But one thing, like since chat was asking me why I brought back the ball, because they know that I have been like I haven't been using the ball for a long while. It's because of weirdos in there because someone else also uses it.
We're excited together. Look at us. We're so excited.
Someone else also
I'm
is
trying to
using
stay
it.
still just because I get really bouncy sometimes. I'm just like, okay, I'm still.
I remember that once I was in your live and you were saying that you got maybe I invented it, I dreamt out of it, I don't know, but you use the ball also because of like with your ADHD, or like because it's like another kind of like entertainment for your body. Is it true?
I want to say that was Dan. I don't know if I said that. I try not to do ticks. So Rockstar, we call him Rockstar 76.
Yeah, probably.
Rockstar 74.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he may have said that one. I try not to let myself do ticks of any kind, right?
You have
I only do it
tics?
when I do it. Well, like, you know how people will tap their hands,
Oh,
right? And you let yourself, or you do something, right? It's not really like, I wouldn't call it like a Tourette type tick, but you do things, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has something that they do.
I eat the inside of my cheeks.
Exactly.
And I also say
I bite right here on my thumb, right? Like everyone has like some little thing that they do, right? It's really weird how that works out, but I try not to do any of those. I only do things when I want to do them, right? So if I want to bounce on the ball, I'm going to bounce on the ball. I don't just bounce out of the ball out of habit. It's when the moment is right to bounce on the ball.
Do you?
I know I live under way too much control. I know. I understand
that's
that.
what I'm saying. Do you ever feel like you want to lose entirely the control? Do you ever have this feeling of
No.
like fuck it, like, and you? No, that's amazing.
No, because the other side was terrible.
Shit. Oh, maybe because you saw the other side,
Yeah.
right? Like when I'm trying still, like, I'm a very controlling person over myself on things. But I've been trying to let myself be more free. Like, I feel like we're maybe a little bit on the other spectrum. And I'm trying to let myself free sometimes, like to a point that, but mostly because like I was feeling like when I was controlling too much myself, that I was going a complete burnout. Like, and then I was not controlling myself at all. So I'm giving myself that teeny tiny step, little freedom, so that I don't burn out completely. I don't fuck up the entire week.
So what are the things that you're controlling that were causing you to become upset?
Oh, well, I mean, starting from streaming, everything that was related to the stream. So, like, everything had to be perfect when I was going live, and all the little things and all the little, like, in streaming, like, the sources, and then the guest, and then when I'm live, and then how do I look when I'm live, and then the presence on the social media, and then on the other social media, and then I have to be on, like, all of these stupid things. And
Yeah.
all of them put together, like, they generally like were filling up my brain to a point I was feeling like completely controlled. And then for a week I was like, shit, I'm not doing anything. I'm staying in my bed all day, every single day. I stream, but that's it. But then I come back to bed, and then that was my entire week. And now I'm learning to give myself that little bit of freedom so that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
what's the motivation to doing all that? Because I'm very, very terrible at the social medias.
Oh.
I only tweet the exact moment I think about something.
But your
I don't
tweets are so good.
They're just pure brain stream.
I
That's all I
love
do is
them.
just brain stream.
I love
Nothing
every time.
else.
I think that I follow you and other 4 people, maybe. That's it. On Twitter, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
So I don't do Instagram. I have no reason to take a picture of anything I do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why such concern? I'm very curious because I don't know, because it sounds unrestful.
Yeah.
And that's
Very
kind of like
much.
what you're saying is it is unrestful. Like,
Very
what is the
much.
motivation to do all those things?
Mostly because I believe in the project and I really want it to be growing. Like, I generally like what I'm doing. I generally believe that there is value behind it. And if that means that I will sleep 5 hours instead of 7, just so more people will know about it, I'll do it.
Okay.
Take a daily pic of your mustache? No.
No.
Oh yeah, so that's basic. Like, that's what it is at the core. That's what makes me, like, even if I burn out, I'm still like, yeah, I'm still doing it. I don't care. That's what's still keeping going. But I see that you're going to the TwitchCon.
Yeah, I am going to TwitchCon.
Oh my
yeah,
God,
Yeah, very, 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 very much so.
I
I
envy
went
you
to
so much.
TwitchCon 2019, 2020, whatever the last 2 years they had
Yeah, I
real
think
TwitchCon. I don't want to do a
18.
virtual event. Yeah, 18 and 19. There you go.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of virtual events. They you know, I
Really?
know I've hosted VimConf twice virtually.
Yeah.
But it just, for me, it just feels like a drag, right? It's not nearly like the power,
No,
the
okay, of
energy,
course,
the
of
enthusiasm.
course.
Everything is just like, bleh.
Yeah.
And so I would never like GlitchCon or whatever it was they hosted. I don't have any desire. Like,
I didn't even know there was. I haven't.
yeah, I saw it happen. I was just like, I don't care.
Yeah, man.
It's not for me.
So it's not gonna be your. Is it gonna be your first TwitchCon? No, no. You said you went to the one before the.
The two last
So-
ones.
Oh, so you went. All right. This is gonna be your third one. How long have you been
This
a
will be
streamer?
my third one. Yeah. What was that? Oh, I've been a streamer for 4 years and some change.
So you went to one while you were not a streamer.
Okay, maybe I've been for 5 years. I don't know. In 2018, I was streaming,
Yeah.
and the reason I got started streaming for a Netflix charity event, did that, went to the
so
first
awesome.
TwitchCon as Netflix. That was pretty sweet. I know, that was pretty cool. And then the
Yeah.
second one, I went as me, and then the third and fourth, I think, got canceled.
Still pretty awesome. Still pretty awesome.
Still
I would
pretty
say.
awesome. I was still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Uh,
I don't
can
know.
how much can I ask you about Netflix? Because I know that sometimes there's people that can.
You can ask me anything you want. I'll say no if it
okay.
involves a number
Oh yeah, no, that's for sure.
or stock advice, right?
Yeah. Okay. Stock
So if you say,
advice.
when does this show come out? How many people
No,
watch
no,
this?
no.
Anything
No,
that
no, no.
involves a number. That's my general rule of thumb.
That's fine. No, I wanted to ask you,
Yeah.
like, I know that landing a job at Netflix is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. How did you, like, what is your academic background, if you have one?
Montana State University. I went to Montana State University.
Is it a-
Graduated 3.
Is it a bad one? Since you said, like, Montana? No?
Well, it's just a state university. No
I
one.
don't, sorry, I don't know that.
No
like,
one's hanging their hat on a state university unless if you love the state, right? I
Okay.
love Montana.
Oh,
so I love it.
State University is, like, not a good...
Wildcats.
Wait, you had Wildcats as a mascot?
Yeah, Bobcat.
you
Bobcat
know-
was the mascot.
Do you know who else has Wildcats as their mascot?
The university you went to?
No, High School Musical one.
Oh.
That's
You can't. Why would I know this? I am not going to watch High School Musical. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? It's important.
I don't want anything to do with high school. I want nothing to do with it. High
School
school is the
Musical.
second worst institution in our country.
No, High School Musical was so good.
First worst one, of course, being middle school. 2-year
Yeah.
institution, by far the worst.
Wait, no, I'm talking about High School Musical. Do you know High School Musical?
I assume it's a show
Yeah.
that involves high school, and I
You've
don't want anything to do with it.
You have never seen High School Musical?
No.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to.
No, it's fine, Shit, that's my childhood. Anyway, wait, so like state universities in the US are not as good as the private ones.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some state universities that are, bigger deal than other ones, right?
Yeah.
That's always a thing. But there are obviously private ones that are much better. Harvard, not being a state school, would have a bit more world cred than, say, Montana State University. You
Okay.
probably didn't even know Montana. You didn't even know about the Bobcats, but you do know that Harvard is some sort of burgundy crimson type
Yeah.
color,
Yeah,
right?
fair,
You know
fair.
colors of Harvard without even knowing anything about Harvard.
Fair.
I assume their mascot is, I don't know.
An eagle?
Actually, I have no idea what their
I would
mascot
say
is.
like something like a bird. I would say no. I don't know.
A bird, a
Right?
turkey.
A turkey. Shit. But so like, sorry, you were
A
saying
bag
about
of cash.
a bag of cash. You were
Just
saying
a-
about the your academic. Sorry.
Yeah, nothing impressive about my academics. Nothing impressive about my work history. My general rule of thumb is what actually happened is that I got really lucky, like super really lucky. Like most success in life, it involves a great deal of preparation and luck. You know, or as my mom used to say, the luckier or the harder I work, the luckier I get. And so
She's a smart one.
she is very, very smart. And so I went to a conference and I learned about a technology called RxJS. Now, back then, I thought it was super, super duper neat. I still like some of the concepts. I still think it's, I like the overall concepts of the thing, but I don't like the product anymore. Just throw that out there. So back then, I did that and I actually got kind of good at it, and I put it on my on the LinkedIn as a skill. I also, during that exact same time, put on mustache analysis.
Oh,
And it was my number one skill, mustache analysis, of
What
course.
is it? What is
And
mustache analysis?
It's the analysis of mustache. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for answering.
no problem. And so it's not a math thing at all. It's just, it is what it is. So I put both those on there. I really do think it's the RxJS. And at that time period, Netflix was under this big guise that they need to hire many people to do, or that are good at RxJS.
Oh,
And so I really do think that that's probably what happened. Is so by putting it on LinkedIn,
shit.
a hiring manager found it and brought me in for an interview. And I am pretty good at the social side of things. And Netflix tends to be a very social side, or very social heavy interview. Very light on the technical. In fact, I didn't really even have a technical. Someone asked me an RxJS question, and they loved talking so much that I just sat there and baited them in, and they literally wrote the entire solution for me, and I never even knew what I did. And so that was fantastic. And the rest of it was just like talking to people, like, what's your least favorite feature of Netflix? So I would just be like, I hate this, just really forceful and all that, and they loved it, and then I won.
That's amazing. I love how you say I won. Like, yeah, it's actually like
You win, right?
You win with Netflix. Like, you actually do.
Yeah.
And how long have you been working for Netflix? Oh, Bandi, hello, by the way.
Yeah, Bash is here. Hey, Bash.
hi,
If you don't know Bash,
Bashy.
great
Hello.
streamer.
Yeah, for real.
Let's see, how long? I've been there 9 years and a couple months. So
9
in
years.
December, I'll be there for 9 years. December 3rd,
Shit.
2013, I showed up at Netflix after biking 13 miles to get there. I didn't have a car the first year I was there,
How old were
but
you
it was
back
great.
then?
I was 27, youngest person in my department.
Man, that must have been
Because Netflix
so
only hires
crazy.
seniors, so I was like
Yeah,
by
that's-
far the youngest at that point.
Man, that must have felt amazing.
I loved it. It was awesome.
And which office were you located?
The Los Gatos office, or as people from Los Gatos say, Las Gatos.
Las Gatas. What is
Las
that?
Gatos.
What is
I'm like,
that?
you mean Los Gatos? And they're like, no, Las Gatos. I'm like, I don't know that one.
Where
Gatos.
is that? Where is Los
It's-
Gatos?
It's just like south of San Jose.
Okay.
And so
okay.
if you know where, are you familiar at all with that region?
Not at all. I said yes
so
just to
if you go
look
like this-
smarter, but I have no idea.
This is Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
This is Oakland. This is
Yeah.
San Francisco. The heart right here of the hand, the
Yeah.
squishy part, that would be San Jose.
Okay.
So Los Gatos is right before the knuckle.
Okay.
That's how
Okay.
you do it. The
That
bay
makes-
effectively makes that. That was an upside down bay, so you're just going to have to be okay with it.
What's wrong with an upside down bay?
Well, it's just the wrong hand. I should
Oh.
have done.
Oh.
But see, you can't see
Oh,
it this way.
okay.
So I
That's
was like, I didn't do the proper math to know how to orient my hand correctly.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I think that we understood, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to ask you, like, so before getting into Netflix, what was your knowledge, like your technical knowledge?
12. I don't know. I was really 12 power units of technical knowledge. I was very technical. Thank you. I just had no fear, and I just do things, right? That's always
Yeah.
been a big thing. Take on every project you can, solve a problem.
Yeah. But
You don't know what to do, make it up.
What was your bachelor?
Computer science. I made sweet science to computers for 6 years. And I'm not a doctor.
Wait, so you did your bachelor, but then you finished your bachelor, and then many years passed before, like, you went to Netflix.
Correct. Yeah, about 2.5 years.
What can I ask you? What did you do?
Yeah. I worked at a place called Schedulicity. If you're not familiar with Schedulicity, it is the hardest spelled startup business ever. A very manipulative CEO. It was very, very bad. I
Really?
did not. Yeah, not a good environment. It's where all good devs go to die. But I worked there for 6 months, and by the end of the 6 months, I said to myself in the car at Four Corners, Montana, as I was driving into Bozeman, that I will figure out how to be happy even in this situation. I arrive to work, I go to grab a coffee, run into somebody, and he's just like, hey, man. I was like, hey. He's like, you work at Schedulicity, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, how much do you make? And I was like, I make this much. And he's like, I will pay you 50% more, come work for us. And I was like, Okay.
All right.
Because I hated my current job, so it was fantastic.
Amazing. Like-
So that was sweet. And it was a really good job that I went to. By far the hardest, worked like 60, 70 hours every week. It was very, very difficult, but it was a very, very good experience. It definitely shaped a lot of who I am.
There's someone asking to ask you about the turnover on in Netflix, like because they said that they're asking how did you manage to stay there for so long? Is it Netflix known to have like a very high turnover? I didn't.
No, I don't think we have. I don't think we're much more than industry standard for any sort of turnover. 2% maybe attrition or whatever.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the number is. So, like I said, I don't talk numbers. I have no idea what the number would even be.
True. That would be
Even
a
if I
number.
did know it, I probably wouldn't say it. But
Yeah,
I
no,
actually
no.
don't know in this case. So I actually am just genuinely telling the truth. I have no idea. But there's this whole motto that, we fire fast, we hire fast, fire fast. That was like the big thing. Everyone was all like, oh my goodness. But the reality is is that Netflix provides an environment in which you can either be extremely successful or you will flounder, meaning that you get a lot of freedom. Freedom and responsibility is our big mantra. We've been leaning more into responsibility than freedom lately as the company grows. We obviously have to become a little bit more tight. The first 10,000 you can act a certain way. The next 10,000 you have to be a little bit different, which makes me sad. I really loved the old company. But it was very good for me because it's like, it would be quote unquote a libertarian's dream world, right? Hey, go solve a problem for this company. This is our overarching thing. You need to go to the designer and the product manager. You guys need to come up with a solution. You need to build it. You need to execute. You need to tell me what you're measuring, how you're measuring, and why this is good or not good. And you need to figure it out with, the PM and the designers. Like that was Netflix when I was there in the beginning. And it was pretty awesome. I came in the middle of a project, so they're just like, figure out the back end. And I was like, got it, right? Nobody told me who to talk to. Nobody told me where to go, what language, anything. I just had to go and figure it out. So it involved me literally walking to people's cubes being like, who do I talk to?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, go try to talk to this person. Go talk to Andrei Radchenko. And so I said, okay, good guy. He helped me really during the first year quite a bit.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Actually, like I wanted to ask you, like, what would you suggest to someone that is starting out, like they want to become like a developer or like in general, like they want to be into computer science? What would you suggest to them, like to start with the university or like to self-learn?
I do not have my sweet artist pad hooked up anymore for those that are wondering. Hold on one second. Can I draw something really quickly?
Go for it.
All right, here. Let me just get it set up so I don't accidentally hit you with the blinding white light. All right, let's see. Let's put myself right here for a quick second.
Oh, wait,
Did that work? I can't tell. My screen's frozen on there. I can't actually even see my own screen.
I see.
Is it dark? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, awesome.
I see myself. Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go back to here. Let's do this. So if you imagine life like a spectrum, right? And on this side, you have like, needing assistance, like direction. And the other side is kind of like free-willed, if you will. How I kind of look at it is that everyone in this category probably would do really good in university, whereas someone that's really like self-motivated, you could do better by yourself. And then there's like this whole like boot camp middle ground where you're pretty motivated, but you also need help. Like there's kind of, that's kind of how I view the world, is that there's not just one simple answer.
Yeah.
It's that there's a whole spectrum here.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what I tell people, is that you got to know who you are and you should probably do what you think is best.
100%. I agree with you. Definitely. Like, I feel like so many people get stuck in the idea of like, oh, I need to go to the university. If I don't go to university, then I'm not going to be able to do anything. No, that's not true. Like, there's people that also don't go because maybe it's better for them to not go and they still succeed very much. So,
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Anyways, it's just a fun little diagram I like.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool diagram. Do you have to meddle with assembly and instruction optimization? Like, oh, I have no idea about that, Daniel. That's such an overly complicated question about assembly and optimizations. If you want to answer, you can answer. I have no idea what
I don't do any of that stuff.
is.
No. I don't do any of that stuff. I just play around with dumb things. I will do performance stuff. I'll try to see how fast something can run. People have seen it even on a stream. I've built like several. I built a 60 tick game server to see how fast I could get it to run with as many connections. That's like the extent of any of the performance stuff I do. But I don't really do it here. Not on Netflix. I do some of it, like half and half.
I actually
not really
have,
performance as much as inspection. Anyways, keep
I
going.
have a personal question. Like,
Yeah, I have a
You-
personal answer.
oh, nice. As we said, like you're managing a job at Netflix, kids, wife, streaming, and like
Beautiful
also
wife.
a beautiful wife. Sorry, forgot to mention
okay.
it. She's beautiful. Like, how do you keep yourself organized? Do you have like, do you prefer agendas? Do you prefer like everything in your brain? How does your brain in organization works?
I don't have any form of tracking.
No way.
I
No
don't
way.
use Jira. I don't write things down.
No way.
Yeah, I
How
just
do you-
I have come to the conclusion that the things that are important you will remember, and the things that are less important you will forget.
You forgot. You remembered about today.
Bask can confirm I forget things all the time.
Really? But
Yeah, yeah. Like today I had to confirm what time we were because the event is important, but the timing was just
Yeah.
just irrelevant information. Just get there at this time, which, by the way, you were late for. So, I mean, that's how important it was for you. Hurts my feelings if you really think about it.
Oh my god, no. I was not late because of that. I swear,
Yeah.
I really, really cared about this one. I really do. But I am still shocked. I'm still shocked about the fact that you don't write anything down. I need to write
I do
every
mess up
single
from time to time. Important things do get slipped. I do mess up.
Like I write down, remember to eat, I remember to like pick up the keys. I write down everything because otherwise I forget. I'm
That's too
still
much work. That's too
Shit.
much anxiety. You gotta rid yourself.
No, I get anxiety from not writing it down because then I get stressed because maybe I will forget. Maybe it will get doomed in my brain. Shit. Oh my god. And how does
Seems
the
so-
teamwork works?
Say that again.
How does doing teamwork with you works? Like if in Netflix
I just
you have
do what is most important that I can possibly do, and stay very focused, one thing at a time.
Okay.
And my beautiful wife is S tier organizational skills.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
She
it.
she pays all the bills. She has everything. She does all the stuff that I'm really bad at. I mean, when I was in college, I was so bad at paying bills. I actually went to I didn't have good credit for 7 years because I actually got collected on. Because I can't. I'm not good at those, and I could probably be really good at them. Like if my wife died, I would become very good at those things.
yeah.
I would have
Because-
to make many changes in my life, but that's because I'd be doing it for the sake of my kids, not because I want to do it.
Because then everything becomes important, even organizing becomes important.
Yeah, and
then-
so I would have to orient my life in a new way. Right now, my life does not have to be oriented, and so I don't want to spend time doing something that A, I have zero desire for, right? And B, I don't feel like it would just be. I don't know if I'd get a lot of benefit out of it. I might even slow down if I did that.
Man, I'm still in shock. Sorry, it's like if you just told me that you believe that the Earth is flat. Same thing for me right now. Like,
You mean if the Earth was round? Like if I told you that, or spherical?
what do you
That's the
mean?
joke, you know.
Don't
That's the
tell me.
joke.
Please don't tell
It's
me.
the other way
Please
around.
don't tell
That
me.
the Earth was flat is the
Please
normal
don't
way.
tell me.
No, did you
Please
say,
don't. I
you
cannot.
literally divided by 0 for a second. You're like,
I
what?
was like, no, don't tell me that I have to process this one too. Please not. Shit.
No,
Oh my
come
God.
on. I am way too logical of an individual too.
Oh, shit.
You can see the curve with your own eye. Come on.
Okay. Energy buffer.
Or if you've been in an airplane, it's definitely
Yeah,
you can
fair.
see it.
But then I wanted to ask you something, but maybe it's gonna be a little bit tricky.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that is the potentially most rewarding language or knowledge to have in computer science right now? Like, I'm starting now to study something. What should I start to study right now?
Okay, so I'd have to ask
English.
what is
Sorry.
I mean, obviously, English is obviously really important in this in programming, right? If you didn't know English, I actually do think it'd be really hard. Communication, all that would there'd definitely be a barrier there. But that I would say that
Because all
that's
the
kind of maybe
documentations are in English and everything. Yeah.
doing business in America would be very difficult if you didn't know English, right? So that, I mean, I don't know if that's a computer science specific problem as much as a business world problem potentially. So I would follow it up with something a little bit different, which is, what is your goal that you're trying to learn? What are you trying to learn? I like, by the way, I'm looking this way because I look at you.
Yeah,
I look right here, then I like look at you. But I like, it just feels easier looking this way.
Yeah. I'm also looking at you.
Yeah, I know. See, it's weird. Yeah, no, we look to the side. But so that's the real question is, what is your goal? To get hired or to understand programming? Those are two.
To get hired. The one that will get me a better job with a better salary.
Then to me, the easiest and most straightforward path of all time is JavaScript UI, right? That is the huge area. Very, very easy to, when I say easy to get hired in, I don't mean that because I know there's a lot of people that have spent a year, they're still not hired, they're very disheartened by it. Easy being easy for the fact that you can't just get hired writing a compiler, right? There's 1,000 people, 500 people maybe total working on a compiler. So that's much different. Whereas there's a large audience and an ever-growing audience working on UI or middleware, JavaScript area. So it's it's just the easiest of all the places. So that's kind of where I would go, is that, or Java. Java has right now the biggest industry standard. There's a lot of companies that are definitely hiring for Java. So it's kind of like you pick those two languages, you'll probably be successful, Now, will you like Java? That's a completely different question,
I would have never said UI, to be honest. I thought you were going to tell something like, I don't know, the extraterrestrial language, very weird. UI.
Yeah, no, that's because that's practical. So if you ask a practical question, I'll give you a real answer. But if you ask theoretically which one I like the most, I would say something like Rust, right? Okay. I like building backends and fun things and things that are a bit more challenging. But I understand that you're not gonna go out and get a job right afterwards if you do that. So
how good are you with the UI?
I'm okay. I used to be better. I don't care anymore. I haven't done it professionally in 5 years. I don't know.
All right.
Terrible.
Chad, how are you with the UI, Chad? I'm not too bad. I like doing UI. I actually have fun. Cool to know. Amazing.
I think it's a rewarding thing, especially when you first get started. I think it's really rewarding and great, and you get to see instantaneous change. So as you make a small change, you get to see it right away. I do think that's very useful.
Amazing.
Yeah. And then, as you get into the real world, you'll realize that you're directly affecting customers right away. And I think that that's very rewarding as you begin. And some people like to do it for the rest, for the rest of their life. Some people move on. So you got to figure out what you want to do.
How is the internationality in Netflix? Is it fully American, or is it because it's to be honest, I think that it could be easily a dream of someone to become to enter into Netflix.
Obviously, if you would have asked me 6 years ago, that question's a lot different than now, because Netflix has been expanding. There's offices all over. I'm sure there's hiring. There's small. Depends on the type of position. It obviously varies. Things to do with recording or the Hollywood flavor. Obviously, there's a lot more international offices versus that if you're doing something like engineering, where the engineering has traditionally all been co-located in Los Gatos. And so if you...
Sorry.
It has changed a lot.
I just like that name.
It's great. I know Los Gatos is great. So there's definitely engineering in LA and there's engineering in Los Gatos. It was predominantly Los Gatos, or exclusively for a long time, and it's slightly changed. I'm sure there's some positions, in LA, but worldwide, no idea. But as far as how many are Americans and not Americans, even when I was working, there were several people on my team that were not American, right? We hire people. Netflix has always tried to just hire the best possible, and that doesn't always make it easy to hire locally, right? You just kind of have to hire anyone that's willing to come do it. And so for the most part, my first team that I joined, I was probably, day one I was there, I think I was the only American besides for my boss. So 8 people, I was the only one. We had a dude from UK, Sweden, 2 from India, One from Canada. Oh, gosh,
That is
I'm
really,
trying to
really
remember all those people. It was 9 years ago, so I'm trying to remember if I'm missing it. I know. Oh, one from Russia. I think that's everybody.
That's fine.
And then my boss was from the Bay Area. So, and I was from Montana.
By the way, Lord, UI is written U, like the letter U, and the I is a user interface. So everything that makes a website pretty and or app understandable, UI.
She's definitely lying to you. It's you as in you and I as an eyeball.
You and
It's
I.
definitely that.
Shit. I mean, well, we are on the hour. I know that you have a pretty tight schedule. I don't wanna. You have to go work. You have to do your own stuff. So I'll let you go. I'm sorry again if I was late. I'm really, really sorry. Thank you so much.
I had a great time.
Thank you so much for this call. Chat, can I please have a huge thank you to Prime for being here today, and please go follow him. Amazing. If you ever need generally most of the times I come to your stream, I don't understand what you're doing. I have zero idea what's going on. I'm just there for the energy. Mostly there for the energy.
I don't really explain what I'm doing either. I'm more of just like it's a feeling.
Yeah,
it's a feeling more than anything else.
As I always used to say, it's like you need a Red Bull. You don't get it. Just go into his stream and just stay there for 10 minutes. You are hyped up and you're ready to go smash things for sure. So
awesome.
Thank you so much again. I really appreciate you for this call. Have a nice beginning of your day.
I appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Super amazing. Oh my god, chat. He's a genius. I am still shocked. No, wait. How many of you use an agenda? I'm still shocked. I'm still super shocked about this. How many of you use an agenda or something where you write things down, an agenda, or what do you mean? What is an agenda? A diary or a tracking thing? Where do you write down digital agenda? Yes, I don't know. You do need. Okay. I want him to teach him how to live. I feel you, Jake. I feel you entirely. That's agenda is Italian. How do you say that? How do you say the things where you calendar? Oh, calendar. Shit. Okay. Do you all use a calendar? Do you all use a calendar? Or you memorize everything? What the? Really? You write down things? Shit, people. I have to write everything down. I have to write generally everything down. I have to call a friend, I'll write it down. Valentina, hi. But my mind works better with that one? For real? How do you remember where to leave? That was Prime Gen. If you do exclamation mark guest, you have to all the infos. Writing down helps me. I need it, chat. I generally need it. I generally need to have something written down. I have to write down because I feel like it helps me to remove stress from my brain. Because if I write everything down, then I'm done. Then I don't have to think about it anymore. I don't have to remind myself, oh shit, I have that thing at night. Remember. No, I'll have a small reminder on my phone that will remind me that. Married people use their wives apparently. Wait, what? Well, I mean, you should find someone that is helpful to your life, not that is dragging you down. It makes sense. I know it stresses you. I write everything down. I clean up my brain, and I use it a lot. I can show you. I'm using this app where we used to do we did a sponsorship with them. But then I got they okay, we did a sponsorship with them, right? But then in the end, I paid for that. So in the end, I'm giving them money more than what they give me. But I have to write down everything, chat. I have to write all of it. Let me see if I can. Did I? No, I cannot show it to you because there is the address of a potential new house, but I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna show you. But I have everything written down in my agenda, what I do when I do it, and la la la. Otherwise, I will not be able to. Come from fear for exactly. My anxiety comes from that, from the fear of forgetting stuff. You're using Notion. I'm using another one. I'm using Akiflow. It's really, really cool. You're full of posts. I used to have also that. I used to have a lot of papers everywhere so that I could remember things, but I'm not using that anymore. I will forget. Like, I will lose the paper and I get, like, I wake up so many times in the even, like, in the morning where I'm like, shit, I have to do that thing. I forgot, blah, blah, blah. If I didn't write things down, that would happen for everything. Julia, I'm actually reading a book that is called The Crescent City. But you forget things and you're still alive. Yeah, but those are small things. And I'm very, as I told you people, I'm very, very, I pretend a lot from myself. So like when I forget things, when I do things that are not how I want them to be, I get so mad. So like I'd rather have everything written. Just make sure to reflect clearly on it. Makes you more anxious or calm. If it makes you, oh yeah, fair enough. Oh no, I'm not talking about Notion. It's another one. It's fine. How much time did it take you to put our drilling your agenda in your what? Then your what? Self chat. You can do brain dumps as text, photo, or audio. That's amazing, said Polly. That sounds amazing. But I do I do it already with WhatsApp. So okay, so how much time did it take you to fill out your agenda in your schedule? 2 seconds. Every time that I have an idea, I write it down there. Done. That's it. People, we should have like our cooking show now. Cooking show. Like I'll be cooking. Listen to this. This is my very personal recipe on how to make chicken. Without frying it. So it's like fried chicken, not fried. Disaster incoming? Probably. Hi, Mirror. Yes, we're gonna be cooking. It's not a secret recipe. It's like very easy, but it's super, super cheap. You need chicken. Oh, I'll show you this. I'll show you the ingredients later. But you don't need to do a show activity. Activity cooking show. Fried chicken, not fried. Yeah, because it's generally very good. The only thing that I realized, chat, I forgot to buy mayo. And for me, fried chicken goes with mayo. Or do I have it? I'm not gonna cook in this room. I tried something. So I have my computer in the kitchen, and I should be able to like connect everything here. But the reason why I was late is because I was trying so hard to set that thing up, but the freaking shitty computer, my potato laptop, was not turning on. Now I turn it on, and now it should be like going. So what if? Let's do this. I'll fix that up. I'll fix that up, all right? What do you mean you don't trust me? Trust me, I was actually trying to make it a proper one. I will... No, you don't watch clips. I'm gonna let you do something more interesting, I would say. Have you took at all the things I sent you? Take a look at the things. Oh, yeah, Jake, yes. I saw it, but I was in a rush today, so I couldn't, like, answer to you properly, but yes. No, it's gonna be this. Is this okay? Where do I have to put myself? I'm gonna remove the cam, so it's better. Because I also have to switch this cam, I have to put in the other room, and like, it's gonna be a mess, but I'll let you play this game. You don't like this game? It's so good, you're just not good. So this is a game. We can do the first one together, right? It works like this. You have to type in chat all the words that you think this thing is creating, you know? It's not difficult. You just type in chat the words, I think. Like, in English? The streamer visitor? Like bees, exactly, seed. There we go. That's how it works. That's how it works. I'm just in the middle of stuff, so I will have to put myself bottom left, sorry. Here I should not be in the middle. But anyway, I'm removing the cam, so it should not be a bother. Okay, I'll let you play this one while I fix stuff, okay? I'll be right back. Right back. Chat, the cam link is not working. I don't know. I don't know why it is not. I don't know. Hey chat. Hello. I'm struggling very hard. I'm struggling a lot. Like a lot. Like the cam is not working. Wait, let me put on socks. Otherwise you will be able to see my feet. And then I think that I can turn on a cam, but it's a crappy cam. And the mic, I don't know why. Oh, now I know why. Now I know why the mic is not working. Maybe we can fix something. Just a few things. You lost?
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck
Adi
it,
Ben,
fuck
thank
their
you.
wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
You don't hear me at all? No, you do. You can hear me, right? You do hear me. Wait, I should also do this so you hear me on both sides of your ears. You hear me, right? Let me see if I can do something. Studio mode. I need another Google window. Not here. Thank you. Do I? No, I don't need this window. I think that I just need to go here. No, it's not working. Wait. Chat, I think that maybe we have it. Maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure if it's gonna work. Is that okay if we stop the game? Oh, because this was... Oh, okay. No. Sorry, now it should be better. Sorry. Yep. Now it should be better. Mods, you're gonna have a lot of control. Mods, when I tell you to, can you please switch to share cam bot center? Do you have it? Don't do it, but can you just write the scene that I just told you? Exactly how Ank wrote, but the space is in between. With exclamation mark switch. Kami, you can also do it. Exclamation mark switch and then share space. Cam space. Space bot. Space center. Can you do it? Exactly how Ank wrote it. You just have to copy paste it. Not now, Kami. Not now. I am just... Oh, shit. I really don't know if this is gonna work. I have to be honest with you. I am very much... I don't... Okay, maybe yeah. You will have to tell me if the volume is too low, too high. Oh my god. It's gonna be fun. Alright, let's try it. You hear me now. But what if I do this for this one and... Where is the other source? That is not... Wait, I'm in. I mean, over here. That did not work. Cammy, okay, no, I'm gonna switch already. I'm gonna switch already.
That's my kitchen.
I hope you like my kitchen.
You hear me? Okay, so you hear me from here, right? We should be okay here. You hear me? Yes. So listen, the cam is fucking shit. But because we have to have a talk about it. Like, wait, I'll meet you in the kitchen. Wait, give me. I'll meet you in the kitchen. I'll meet you in the kitchen. Shit, I'm running. Hi, chat. So we have an issue. Wait, I need to open the chat, otherwise I won't see anything. We have an issue. The issue is I don't know how to turn on the cam. Like, I have a cool cam, but it's not turning on, and I don't know why. Accept. Oh, do I have to log in? Shit, no, don't make me log. I don't want to log in. I'm just gonna go to the chat. I know that there's not gonna be any trolling chat that's gonna write bad things while the mods are not here, right? So we're cool. We're chilling. We are doing all right. Let me see if I can see the chat. Oh, I'm having an ad? Shit, I'm paying myself. Stop making fun of my glasses. I am generally trying so hard, chat, to have like the good camera to show. To have the good cam, but it's not working. I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be this one. And the cam link is like not turning on. Not turning on at all. So it's like a super creepy crappy. In his house? House of who? Chevron of who? What? I tried to unplug it many times. I would love to show it to you. I tried to unplug it many times. It just oh, Jalford's house. Wait, let me. Okay, I'll try to unplug it. Keep it unplugged. I'm gonna put you here. Shit. I'm gonna put you here. I'm gonna put this one here so I can maybe this. No, yeah, this one here. Is the volume okay, by the way? Ignore the fact that you see very crappy. But is the volume okay? Wait. Okay, maybe like this. So I can also see you. Can I see you, please? Because we're actually streaming from the potato laptop. Are we going to get this one? Is okay? This one, yeah. Let me actually. This was supposed to be the cam, the crappy cam for just the food, like that angle only. Plus, you see that you're only on one side. I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not like full on, like even this one. Why does it have to be so complicated for no reason? Can I choose a format? I cannot choose any. I cannot choose. Oh, resolution default custom. Oh shit. I messed up. Did I mess up? Shit. What can I choose? Shit, did I mess it up? What about this? Ooh! What? Why do you see me like that? Why do you? Wait, it's actually, wait. Wait. Okay. Not too bad. It could be way worse. That's Pera's way of escape. I wanted to like fix the lights because the lights are crappy. But is it better? It's so much better, right? But you're supposed to be there with like a really cool cam. I've seen and done much worse. Yes, we all know. Wait, I really, really want this. Okay, maybe this one now it's cold. Because I've been trying also to change the different kind of thingy. Looks like a video from 2003. Shut up. You look like from 2003. You old. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Okay. Let's try it. I have trust. Can we all pray together? No, it's beeping. It's not gonna work. Wait, what? Why? I don't even know, chat. I cannot even see if it's working, actually, to be honest. Let's put this one on top, so if it ever works, it will go backward. This is okay, so I'm gonna put you right there. I actually have another cam that we can, like, this is actually where you were supposed to be with the other cam. If you were supposed to have this angle. Shit, how do I, like, I'm putting you on top of the other cam. This is what it was supposed to be. This is what it was, how it was supposed to look. What? I know that you don't look too bad. It's okay. It's not like we've been doing worse than this. It's not the cam, but it's nice. Plus, I can add one more. No, this is too much. But like this, it looked too small. Wait, don't hate me. Just stare at me in my eyes. Thank you. I'm just gonna move this. All right. You know what? I'm not gonna move the cam. I'm just gonna move. Ha. This is good. This is not too bad. Okay, this is me being a control freak, not having this one set up from before. It's fine. You're a little bit tilted, and that's just annoying me, but that's fine. That's okay. Okay, I'm not gonna cry tonight. Not too much, at least. Wait, I have another cam. I was actually thinking about having this one as the cam of like the POVs, because this one is really, really bad. Like, this is a super crappy cam. I have, because this one is the very first one that I had when I started streaming. Like, I started streaming with the cam from the laptop, and then I started to use this one, which was like $20, and then I started to have the one that you are on. I think that it never looked so good. All right, and then I switched to the big cam. The kitchen is tilted. I know. Wait, how are you tilted? You're a little bit too like this, right? So I need to do like this. I fucked up. I know. Don't hate me for this. Don't hate me for this. Okay. Look straight to me. Look straight. Like, look at this line. Noise. Noise. Okay, I just need my phone. I'm not even using like a ring light. People, this is going to be the crappy one, okay? Tomorrow, no, Sunday, we have the actual nice one. All right, Sunday, we have the nice one. This is just to try things out. So I already know that the cam is not going to work. Shit, is it going to work for later, for The Sims? I hope so, because if it doesn't work for The Sims, it's a pain. Shit. Okay, this is the one. I'm not excited. I'm chilling. Okay, we have the other cam. Good morning. This one is going to be the POV now. Okay. This one is going to be the crappy one for this thing. So putting the cable back there. All right. All right. We are lagging. Wait, why are we lagging? Oh, because I'm on Wi-Fi here. Are you lagging a lot? Are we lagging a lot, or is it like bearable? Vijay, they're really crappy glasses. They're really, really crappy glasses. Wait, let me find the phone. I swear, today it has been an entire day of me. I swear, I was thinking, yeah. Okay. Be cooking. I'm gonna be doing some of The Sims. I'm gonna be. But I'm starting like at 6 p.m. It's gonna be fine. I spent the entire day doing things, going places. Like, I'm tired. I'm tired. So that's why we need fried chicken. Definitely fried chicken for sure for tonight. Okay, I actually brought the light because you know I'm a sucker for lights. Okay, this one should be okay. Okay. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, you didn't hear when I was talking there? You didn't hear it? Shit. You didn't hear when I was talking? I don't know how to do homemade mayo, by the way. I have no idea. Plus, my phone is dying. You heard everything? Okay, because I was venting. I am happy that you heard it. Like you needed to hear me venting. Very valuable content. I'm gonna be using the air fryer only for the vegetables. Only for the vegetables. Only. Matt, am I gonna need you to change the? I think, or can I do it from here? No, maybe you can do it too. Like if there's like a category like kitchen cooking or something like that. I don't really know. Finally, we're starting. Okay, chat. We're gonna be doing what I like. This is my really comfort food, which is fried chicken that is not actually fried. Not because like fried is bad or anything like that. Not at all. Like, well, it's not good, but it's not like even bad. But mostly because I don't trust myself around like a pan full of oil. So what you will need for this very difficult recipe, you need a chicken, double chicken. Sorry for Italian, un uovo, 200 mg di olio di seme. No, I'm not gonna fry it. Wait, what is that? Sandro, shit! Man! What the fuck? Did we actually achieve also the goal of the 30? Sandro, what the fuck? Crazy. 7! They were 7? Sandro, what the fuck? Sandro, thank you so freaking much. I appreciate you for it. What the heck? What the actual freaking heck? Do the dance. Oh shit, I don't hear the alerts. How can I hear the alerts? How can I hear the alerts? Because it's important that I have the alerts. Okay, I got it. I have an idea. I have a genius. I'm not very old and smart, but sometimes I. Oh, but no. Wait. I'll send myself for sure. Wait, chat. I got a super crazy idea. I'm gonna send myself. Okay, I'm gonna put here. But we just found out how to freaking save. I don't know if you do care, but it's fine. I found out something really cool. This one. Okay. I'm gonna try to use this one that Gently Niketo provides us. No, this is like this is an Asus VivoBook. I'm gonna put this one here. This one I'm gonna need the alerts. They're just put here. Okay. So what if now I connect the computer to the Bluetooth speaker? Bluetooth on. Oh no. And then I connect. Do you have Bluetooth? You do, right? You do have a Bluetooth. But then I promise we're going to start cooking. I promise. It's just a matter of like mouse. What mouse are you connected to that is Bluetooth? Connect to this one. Connecting. Connect. Come on. Come on. Do your magic. Do your magic. That didn't work. Make sure your Bluetooth. Oh, maybe it's not the same one. Oh, it has to be a new one. Okay, wait.
With the oil little by little till it gets heavy.
Sorry. But you know what I did? Can you? Stuff are not answering to me today. Hey. Okay, now it's searching. Find it. Find it. I have to add one more. Bluetooth. JB. Oh, there we go. So, okay. So, if an alert was going on like right now, would I hear it? Can I replay an alert from the phone? Can I replay another one? Oh, am I doing ear rape with the microphone? No, not those kind of, not the meows, not the meows. Can someone follow? Hi, can someone please follow so then I can see if this is working? I mean, you can remove the follow after, just, I need Wait, you hear me? Okay, so it is working. Okay, it works. It works. Sunny! Wait, I have to remove it from the other. I have to remove it. You're hearing it double, but I don't. I'm doing the Macarena, okay? Shit. Wait. I know you're getting ear rape because of this. I know. I'm sorry. Let me remove it. Are you? You're not.
Hello.
Yes, you are. Okay. Okay. Shit.
Testing. Subscribe to YouTube.
Yes. Okay, it's working. Okay. By the way, Cifera, thank you Cypher, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing, even if it's a complete mess. I appreciate you. Okay, we're actually cool. Now we should actually work. Don't. Just pop one eardrum. Wait, what happened? What is it because of me running? Should I now scream? Should I talk like this? Is it better? Am I talking too loud? Okay, we're cooking. Okay, so am I talking too loud? Shit, okay. Okay, why the gifted one does not work? Oh, because it was not open? Am I on the recipe? I don't. Oh my god. Okay, metal. Maybe I'll do it. Okay, I have to have the window open. I'm so sorry for scamming you, but then I cannot see the chat. Okay, I'm gonna put the chat over here. I'm gonna put chat over here. No, smaller chat, smaller. Sorry. As you notice, like it's one of the few times that I did this. Sanye, thank you so much for gifting. We're at 35? Chat, we are at 35? What the fuck? Shit, chat, thank you so much for that. Ciao, Pera. Ciao. What's up? What's happening? You hungry? Did you just wake up and you decided, oh, I'm hungry? Shit. Pera, chill a second. I'm having problems. I know. I'm gonna give you food. Yes. I'm giving you. Now I fixed it. You want food? Like, I mean, I'm gonna give you food before me. Where can I put this one? Somewhere like here. Okay. Yes, I'm coming. Okay. You need yes, I'm giving you. Okay. Chill a second. Give me a second, Pera. Hold on for a second. Yes. Do you want to be seen by them while you eat? Chad, do you want a mukbang by Pera? Shit. What happened? Pera, move. Sunny, thank you so freaking much. Sunny, thank you so much. I appreciate you. What the heck? Thank you for the 2 gifts. Don't jump up there. There's chicken. Okay, I'll put you here. I'll put you up here. Jump. Come. You can come. You can not from there. From here. Jump. You stupid. You come here. No. Go over there. All right. Okay, I was going to say, let me first tell you what you need for this simple, easy recipe. Okay, so what it is supposed to be. It's fried chicken, not fried. That's all that you got since now, right? So what you need for this, very easy. No. Shut up. Yeah, she's a chunky cat. She's a very chunky cat. Anyway, what you need is like chicken. Okay, I got the one that is the soft, like the subtle ones, just because it's I like it more when they almost taste like nothing. No. Hi, Kaza. You need eggs. Then you need this one, which is pane grattato. Pane grattato. Tell me if I ever do a movement and then you start getting ear rape, let me know what it is. It's not escalope, I think it is, but it's in with chicken. Pane grattato, which is like bread. It's actually bread, all right. It's bread. It's just bread. You blah blah blah. Cotoletta di pollo, yeah. But my secret ingredient. These are my secret ingredient. These are my secret ingredient, chat, because we're gonna be using in the thing that you put around. We're gonna put nachos because of the tortillas, because of how the texture that they have. But then you have to find something that is really, really spicy, or like something that has. Why on subbing? Trust me on this one. Yeah, I told you this is not to be like healthy, just because I don't trust myself with a pan full of oil. That's it. Now you get the one with a lot of spices, and then you just use that. But just trust me on this one. This is not to be easy. No, sorry, this is not supposed to be like something fancy. This is listen. This is my Friday night dinner, and you cannot judge me on this one. All right, let me wash my hands because I touched Bera. By the way, I also choose wisely the most unflattering sweatpants, so you can stare at my flat butt. So no creepos in chat. Oh, but yeah. Plus, the idea is that, like, while they will be cooking in the oven, I'll also do some like potatoes, and then I have vegetables. But important thing, if you know me already, is like if I'm hungry, I don't like anyone. You already banned a creepo. There we go. I need to eat food, so I bought these ones mostly knowing that I will be hungry while cooking. So I bought food. Good popping. To start, we need right. By the way, I still don't know what we will be cooking tomorrow, chat. I was thinking maybe thinking either we do the meatballs, but they should take like a lot of time. Sunday G. What about Sunday? Oh, Sunday, not tomorrow. You're right, JJ. You're right. For me, when I have a day off, it's like a day completely off. But either we do the meatballs with the sauce, but they should take like a long time, right? Either that, or we do like a dessert, but at the same time, like a dessert, I get tired of it. You finished eating? Okay. Oh, sorry for the ear rape. Sorry. I'm sorry. Plus, this is also ASMR of me eating. Shit, these are good. Those were really good. Look at this. This is like croissant, like salty croissant. So good. Kind of, I'm making like chicken. Oh, shit! I found the glasses. They were in the kitchen. I can see stuff. Cool. Nice. Back to my old glasses, like my real original glasses. Yeah, I left them in the kitchen. Yeah, they were literally there all the time. Yeah. Anyway, we need to put here. You know what? We're actually doing 3, to be honest. Hi, Sean. We might gonna have to do like 3 plates. You know. Let me turn on the other camera so you can see the POV. The logic should be here. Oh no, I need another one. Oh, true. We never stop improving, by the way, chat. Crappy cam. That's how I'm gonna call this one. Yeah. Here. And this is gonna be the other one. Is this one? Yeah, back to old times. Back when I was, you know, I was doing the streams with that one at the very beginning. That was horrible. Okay. Should be not. Wait, how do they look so good today? Wait, it generally looks good compared to how it was before. Trust me. Before it was so bad. Like nostalgia cam for sure. By the way, thank you for holding up while I do all of these mess. Just to set up the stream. Thank you for staying here in the meantime. So I was thinking about another. I have to focus. You see, like I get all the time distracted by stuff that I cannot focus. Like also before when I was setting everything up, I was actually like getting distracted. Like, oh, I need to get this. Oh, I need to get this one too, and this one either. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, this is a super easy recipe. Ashkelon, you're a bitch. How are you gonna type on the PC while you have your hands dirty? I am not going to. So we're gonna do some a couple of eggs here, trying to not have the. Do you see it? Is it frozen? Why are you frozen, Dumbo? Okay, we should be okay. I need to have the alerts always. Because you are Madonna? What? Anyway, you should see everything now, right? Anyway, there's a lot. I hate that there's so many things up here. Let me move this thing so we have a little bit more space. Oh my God, my kitchen is going to be empty. Also because I'm not going to cook much. Anyway, we can put the air fryer back there. All this shit there. Oh, nice. Space. Maybe I should write it in the title. Maybe mods, we can put in the title what we're going to be cooking. I think. If there is still any mod out there. Bella, you didn't even finish your food, you son of a bitch. You were so hungry. Stupid. Putting it back there. Anyway. By the way, thank you, chat, for keeping me company, honestly. Like, I would love to do these things more often. So at least, like, I cook food, like, generally good food. Because if I was home alone, I would not be doing this at all. Like, nah, cannot be bothered. You know. Hi Zero. I'm not gonna take tomatoes to do this. It's not gonna take me tomatoes. I need a fork. Did you choose this song? I cannot hear the songs. Floyd. Hi baby. Come here. What's up? You wanna go out? No, I know that if I open the door, you go out to bark. You go out to bark to stuff. Vieni qua, fatti vedere. Show yourself there. Come. Hi, Doko. They cannot see you. They cannot see you. Pure sadness. Yeah, I do have a dog too, Julie. Anyway, let's do 2 eggs already. The cooking camera full screen, you want this one to be bigger? But it's crappy. That's the reason why. This is it. Okay, that's maximum, I would say. My back is hurting. You're cooking with me? Do you have the stuff to do it? Do you actually have all the things to do it? Shit. That was very loud. By the way, let me know what music are you listening to right now, like from my stream, because I generally cannot hear it. Anyway. Yes, Jake. Listen, I have these issues where like I don't realize where stuff are until like I actually see them. Like that. I mean, I'm not the only one that when you see like you're searching for something, you search for it so much you cannot find it, and then suddenly it was in front of you all the time. I don't know why this happens to me, but this thing happens all the time to me when I'm doing like you told me the glasses were here, really? It happens to me all the time. Where did I scissor? Wait, let me find it. It happens to me all the time with my thing to remove the makeup. I have no idea why. I generally don't know. Like it's right there all the time, same place. Oh, you told me my glasses were there? Shit. Sorry. I think that I was focused on like all the other things happening. My glasses focus on my eyes focus on important stuff first. Yeah, but those are supposed to be important. Not important, but at least you know, like not dumb. Which bottles? Which bottles do you want me to show you? Which bottles? I don't understand. Oh, the ones in the back? There is like a Valpolicella and there is a Recioto. Yeah, I'm a whirlwind of cows. Yes. Thank you for understanding. So we have a bunch of nachos and a bunch of Pringles. Oh, actually good. So what do you want to do? You smash them? I don't think that I have apple in the house. I think that I finished it. Use whatever you want, BJ. Use whatever you want. Whatever you have in the house. This is what is gonna make it crispy. But then I'm also gonna add. I'm also gonna. Oh my god, these are good actually. Yes, Legion. Yes. Okay. By the way, all of my recipes, like all the things that I'm really good at cooking, are all the recipes that are actually good for students. Like the ones that are, of course, it's a cheat meal, but every day is a cheat meal for me. Are of course all the recipes that are for students, so they're cheap, they're easy, because I cannot deal with anything else. Okay, so we have this. I would put more of this. Like I want it to be more paprika. Okay, this should be okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do? Cheap Pringle, yeah, but it's cheap. Like if you go out to buy fried food, like fried more expensive. But it's back to eating, by the way. Okay, so this is where it's gonna get dirty. Wink, wink. We're gonna go take this chicken. We're gonna be, maybe I should bring this one closer, to be honest. We're gonna bring this one here. So we're gonna go for like sets of like a little bit here. We're gonna dip it in everywhere. Thank you for liking my kitchen. It's not my kitchen, it's my parents' kitchen. That's why it looks good. Renato, shut up, Renato. So we take the chicken. We take it, we dip it into the egg. Ew. Okay. We put a little bit in this one, so it grabs For me, like it fills everything, and then you put it like you submerge it into this one. If it doesn't stick, as they don't stick here, you just put it more in the egg, and then you put it back here. Nice. Okay, this one is right here. I'm actually gonna put more on top of it, so it just sticks. I just want it to be very, very crunchy. Oh, this is a big piece of fry. So yeah, that's basically how it is gonna go. And then you put it in the oven, and that's it. Oh yeah, actually, I should turn on the oven. Shit. I'm gonna use my elbow to turn it on, I guess. Shit. Turn on. Okay. Shit. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Shit. Yeah. Let's go. Are you? Wait. Is there something inside? No. Nice. We're not too bad, chat. We're not doing too bad, you know. All right. Anyway, let's and now we continue doing all of these. We do all of these big pieces of these breasts of chickens. We put a little bit here, then we put it again here. It's not the super healthiest, right? Because Pringles and tortillas are not the best. But do you think that it's worse to have fried food or to have it like this? This is generally a question. What would be unhealthier? Stays the fact that who cares? Like, eat fried food. You hate fried food? Fried is for sure worst, you think? Because if you think about it, then in the end, Pringles and tortillas are actually fried, or like whatever they do to them. You know, maybe not tortillas, but at least Pringles, they are fried somehow. I'm really sad that I don't have mayo for later. By the way, this is so good also for kids, I would say. You don't eat anything fried? Child, you're such a healthy one. What the heck? There's so many calories in oil? Fear. Oh my God. I do you remember that yesterday I was having a craving for barbecue sauce? Now I'm having a craving for freaking mayo. Shut up. Ew. I'm not gonna air fry it, by the way. I'm just gonna put it in the normal oven, and then we're gonna do some veggies to put in the air fryer. That's it. I still chat. If you have an air fryer, what is the difference for you between an air fryer and a normal oven? I'm generally not understanding. It's just like a fast oven, right? I love it because I don't have to turn on the oven, or like I can use it to do multiple things, but I don't understand the difference. Try to look up how to make mayo on YouTube when you take a break. It's actually really simple. Yeah, but isn't it like difficult? Like you have to keep a tempo and blah, blah, blah. Shall we do mayo too? Okay, let's do this. I finished to do the chicken. We do the veggies. If we still have time, then I'm gonna do also the mayo. All right. Because like I always heard that it's super difficult, like whipping the cream, right? That should also be kind of difficult, isn't it? Way faster? Not the hair fryer, just here, like the hair. Okay, we actually needed more of these chips, maybe because I'm using a lot of them. Like, consider that I'm gonna use. If you're gonna be seeing those streams in the next days, I'm always gonna be eating these. Plus, this is gonna be good for like when, because after cooking, right, we're gonna have some cozy night playing The Sims, watching a little bit of the drama of The Sims that I have made. Shit. Oh, we have to make some more. You like these? People, I love to do these. My problem is like I don't have an apartment where to do them. It's either like I wait for my parents to leave town, as it happened this time. Or I asked to a friend to just lend me their kitchen. Kaza, if you are in chat, maybe I can not move to you, but I can just use your kitchen. Well, I don't really care if this one gets dirty, right? Come on, get out. Okay. It's okay for you? Nice. Mozzarella and carrozza will be good, but I don't want to fry. That's the only thing, Satua. Because I don't want them to be extremely smashed. I want it to be like still kind of big. Because like the thin part is made by the pan grattato, the breadcrumbs. Cooking is therapeutic for sure. That's why you do it so not that often. Sadly, it's fried, but it's so good. I agree with you. Mozzarella and carrozza would be so nice. All right, more Pringles. You see, it's not orangish enough, right? Yeah, not orangish enough. Okay. You find cooking stressful, JJ? Really? What if you have to like? What if you consider if you had like your own time? You had everything there. No one is waiting for your food to be ready. Just you. Would it still be stressful for you? We might need another egg, to be honest. Let's go for one more egg. Is that a chip or is it like a piece of egg? In any case, I'm gonna remove it just to be sure. Oh no, it was a piece of egg. Shit. Come out. Come out. Come out. Good job. Gone. Nice. I have eggs and chips under my nails. That is disgusting now. I didn't risk the egg. Okay. Anthony, try it. It's super easy. And I really like it. It's like easy way of doing it. Like I would love to like chat, do you have one of those books with the prep meal? Like if I get my own apartment, I would love to do like prep meals for the week with you. Like we do like this on Sundays. We just I just tell you like before what we're gonna get for the week. Like I tell you like a week before or something like on those lines before. And then we spend the Sunday all together meal preparing all together. But I don't have like a cool recipe for it. I don't have like a cool recipe, like a recipe book. When I was in Grenoble, I was using my roommates. Like they had one and it was super, super cool. If you want a suggestion, let me know. You're using homemade chips? What the fuck? You're amazing. That would be cool, right? Ank would say that I whip very well the egg. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I do have a mixer, chat. I do have a mixer. I don't want it to mix it because I want it to stay like big. So then they get to be very, very crusty like later. You know? Meal prep club, yeah. You can leave chicken in first step a few seconds for better results. Really? Oh, didn't know. Didn't know about that. Shit. I'm not gonna do all of it. Okay. Let's continue with this. Oh, this is a big slab of chicken. All right. So you're saying like I should leave it there. I should leave it there a little bit. Okay. You're much lazy. What are you getting for dinner? By the way, Chad, did you have dinner or did you have your meal? What is the closest meal that you should have get so far? Like for me, it would have been dinner. But if it's like 11 a.m. for you, that would have been breakfast. Did you had the meal that you were supposed to have right before? Or are you here just looking at stuff and getting hungry and like, oh my God, I'm so hungry. How is that going? I am making everything dirty? How? How am I even making something dirty? Like, oh, you're meaning the chicken or like with my language? Like I'm dirty talking. Shit, Machi, you're right. We're like actually putting the mother into the child. Shit, you're right. Fuck, that is so messed up. We humans are so fucking messed up, I swear. Ugh. With my hands, it's fine. It's fine. In the end, they're all gonna get dirty. Hi, Beta. What's up, Beta? I'm gonna leave it there then, a little bit. I'm not gonna lick my fingers for sure. Yes, I am in Verona. But I'm hungry watching you cook. Realize I'm 2 hours late for dinner. My God, said Polly, go get your dinner. For real. As always, if these things are making you hungry, most probably you are hungry. So either get yourself food or get a glass of water. And if you're still hungry after a glass of water, then go get yourself some food. You don't need to deserve that, but you deserve it just because you are alive, all right? I'm not sure if I can go for all of them. Like, I don't want to do other chips. I should just finish this chicken, right? Or maybe I can keep that for like tomorrow, or like I can do something different. Oh, it's not Marm. It's you know that I don't know. I think that this is from the old house. Like, we got this house and we renovated it, right? Yes, I think I'm not gonna do. Maybe I'll do just one more. We got this house and we renovated it a little bit because it was like very, very old. And we did nothing on the pavements, I think, unless like only the bathroom we did again. I think we did everything with like resin, which is so smooth. Chat. If you will ever get a house, get it all with resin. If you cannot get like a wood on the floor. Oh my God, that is so good. Resin is just the best shit. Like, to clean, to walk on, to everything. Okay, this one is not gonna have a lot of. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna be the ugly one. That's gonna be for Pera. Okay. We are basically done. This is actually, I told you it was easy. Like, it's just you get dirty, but it's basically very easy. Now we have the vegetables. Shit, I'm full of paprika everywhere. I'm gonna have to go for a deep clean of my nails after. Oh my God. Yeah, maybe it was not like the best recipe considering my nails are getting very long. I need to get a new appointment. But anyway. What's next? We just put them in the oven. That's it. That's everything you have to do for it. That's it. Hi, Bert. Bert, we're making cotolette. How do you call those? How do you call that in English? Do you have a word for those in English? These ones, made of chicken. I'm putting this one here. So I'll think about that later. Cleaning a little bit. Let's move these things. We don't need them anymore, so I'm gonna move them here for a basic second. People, I will be eating the product, like, for sure, because that's gonna be my dinner. So that's for sure. I'm gonna have that one with my veggies. Okay, so for veggies, I got carrots and I got zucchini and broccoli. Like, I swear, broccoli are the top tier vegetable, and you cannot say different. Like, you cannot say no. You cannot disagree. Shit. Sorry, I have to do this because otherwise I cannot get all these things out. Am I right? You're not saying wrong, right? Yeah. No, you cannot disagree. Okay, tell me, what is a better vegetable than broccoli? Tell me. I'm curious. Tell me, what is a better vegetable than broccoli? I want to see what you come up with. What kind of bullshit are you gonna say? Bell pepper? Yeah, but bell pepper is sometimes it's hard. bell pepper sometimes is too strong on your stomach. Brussels sprouts? You actually like Brussels sprouts? What the fuck? Yes, Leo. Pomodoro. Okay, easy. No. No, Chad, you're so... Two broccoli said you're a genius. So I got carrots, I got zucchini, and I got broccoli. So the idea, I would like to do like chips, like French fries of these. And this one, I don't know if I will do it like now, because I think that I have already enough things to do. I think I'm going to do the broccoli for like another day. Like I'll do this another day. But I got myself juice. Oh, by the way, I'm eating another one. Pannocchia. It's corn. Well. Wait, is corn a vegetable? Is corn a vegetable? No, right? Yes. It's a cereal? Oh, no. Oh, no, let's not get into that. I'm not sure if it's warm enough. I don't understand what degree it is at. I don't understand if it's warm. Do I put a hand in it? I don't know. It's kind of warm. We can put it in. Like, who cares if it's not like exactly the right temperature? Don't talk with my mouth full. Shut up. Ooh! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say shut up. I'm so sorry. I ask forgiveness. I didn't mean it. Sorry. That was karma. Straight away. That was karma straight away working. So I'm so sorry. Shit. I just stepped on the cord. Okay. You big boys go inside. Nice. Oh, let's put like a timer so I don't fucking forget. Like put a 15 minutes should be, or like should take less, but let's put like more, sorry. But let's put 15 so then I don't forget about it. Anyway, time to cut some. So I'll go for a real recipe. Metal, what the fuck? This is supposed to be a chilled one. It's like, it's not like I'm showing you how to cook or shit like that. It's more like, we're chilling. But tomorrow not tomorrow. Sunday we're doing, I'm not gonna do all of them. So then I have them for the rest of the, the week. But on Sunday, we're going to be having a stream where I cook, I don't know what, but it's going to be something more complicated. Lasagna takes so much time. It takes so much time to actually cook. Because the sauce, especially, like to build it, it's easy. But the sauce, it has to go like for at least 2 hours. You know that actually, people, how long do you cook how long do you cook your sauce, which is like bolognese sauce or like ragu, if you're Italian? How long do you let it cook, if you ever let it cook or if you ever do it? We might have a problem also. You answer to the question first. It depends. Do you ever cook your sauce? We might have a problem, like 3-4 hours. Yeah, exactly. 3-4 hours you have to let it cook, right? Oh no, we're safe. We're safe. I found it. I thought we didn't have this one. That would have been a pain for these ones. Let's start with the carrots. Did you know that if I cut myself now by mistake with this thing while I'm live on Twitch, I'll get banned? Did you know? Not only I will hurt myself, but I will also get banned. I think like for us, not a perma-ban, but for like a long time. It's the same like if you puke. What if I'm sick and I get sick? Like, I don't know. What if I get pregnant from the Holy Mary because the Holy Spirit, sorry, because nothing else will. And I start to have like nauseas in the morning. Nope. Why carrots are sus? Again with the pregnant. I mean, I don't know. You know why? I think that it's because like yesterday I saw, this is not a good cut, but yesterday I saw my cousin. She is 2 years older than me, and she's waiting for the second kid. I saw her and I was like, shit. I remember when we were pretending to be ballerinas together. Like, fuck, man. Are you cleaned? Yes. But before putting you in there, I'm gonna put you with some oil. Wait, where do I have the thingies? Here. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's because like I'm getting older, which I am because time passes by, of course. But I'm thinking that so many people that I know got married and had kids so young. But at the same time, like, is it because like I am the one that is getting too old? Like, am I the one that is passing that time? What is it? Oh, meows, all of those are not working. I'm sorry. All of those redeems are not working because we're in the kitchen. Wait, let me actually cut these so they look like fries. Are also your friends? We will adopt for sure. I have it in plan. Like, I definitely want to adopt at least one kid. That's for sure. Like, there is already so many kids are like, we are overly populated. Not in Europe because like at least we are getting very old, at least in Italy. So I really would not mind to just adopt, but it's so expensive. It's so fucking expensive. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Adopt. Shut up. When you meet a friend you haven't seen for a long time, you're pushing us to, oh my God. I told you about that friend of mine that we were like best friends at elementary school. And I met her once while I was walking through the city center. Like, oh my God, that's amazing. Hi, hi, hi. And she was like, oh, one day you have to come to my place so I can introduce you the baby. And my brain, I was not thinking a real baby. I was thinking about like a dog. So I was like, sure. Oh my God, yeah. Like, that's how my brain went dark. Like, I couldn't even think about a kid. And then she was like, oh, that's it. And she showed me a picture of this baby. I was like, what the fuck? Flavio, what's up? You want to go out? I'll let you go out. Go. Don't bark. Don't bark. How many seconds before he barks? Can I save the word? What do you mean? How can you save the word? By the way, I'm very excited for later for The Sims, like to have like a cozy The Sims night. I think that would be cute. And I'm very excited also for the in real life that we're gonna have next week. I really am. I remember when I started streaming that actually they were telling me, I play Sims too? Yes. To Floyd for me? Floyd. Yes. I'm sorry. When he comes back, maybe. When he will come back, maybe. Yeah, to play The Sims. Like, my way of playing The Sims, I think that it's very controlling. Like, I let my sim do like only what I tell them to do. And with the new like updates that there are in The Sims, all of my Sims are very sad because I never let them do what they want to do. They generally are sad. Like their own like mood is all the time sad. These are not getting like the right shape, aren't they? They're not. Bark in different areas of the world. Oh, well, yeah, they do bark in different ways in the different places, right? Like here in Italy, dogs do bow bow. In the US, they do woof woof. But in oh my God, I forgot. In Taiwan, I forgot how it does in Taiwan. But like I know, like for example, the cat, it's meow in Italian, meow in English, like MEOW. And in Italian is MIAO. And in Japan, it's nyan. Fun fact. Fun fact. I think those are comics. I'm talking about actual. Oh, that's what you mean. Then no, they bark the same. What the fuck? How can they be barking in different languages? How can be they barking in different languages? A French dog. Woof woof. Woof woof. An Italian one. Bow bow. How would a Spanish sound like? Bow bow. No, I cannot. I cannot do bow bows. No. Babaus. No, I cannot. I cannot do it. I cannot do the Spanish one. Shit. How would the French one was on point, I have to say. The German will be bow bow. Imagine my neighbor hearing me now because I have the door open so they can actually hear me. British one? A British one. How would a British dog be like? Because like it's already. I don't know if I can do a British accent. You know. I don't know if I can do like a British accent. So that's the problem, I would say. Shit. Okay. All right. We're almost done with the carrots, by the way. She's saying British dogs. I'm not saying the British people are dogs. What the fuck? I'm so not saying that. I'm just saying that I don't know how to do a British accent. Like, I know how to do an Italian accent, right? I know how to do a French accent. German, you just have to sound angry. But I don't know if I can do like a British accent, right? Can you? Can you? By the way, these are gonna be so yummy. I generally love the Hoven carrots. Woof. No, like what? A wolf. I cannot. Child, it's too difficult with the British one. I'm not that good in like I'm bulking. Yes, Glade, I'm gonna eat all of these vegetables, all of it tonight. No, Dumbo, I'm making it for the next days. Floyd, what were the rules? Floyd? What were the rules? I heard you barking. Hey! Yeah! Hey! Hey! Come here. Torna dentro. Hey! Floyd! Listen to me. Come in. Back in. Go back. Where the frick are you, you freaking black dog? Come in. Black dog in the darkness, I cannot see him entirely at all. Come back here. I could see only like the tail wiggling among the lights and that's it. Shit. All the carrots? Yeah. Yeah, it is like a late dinner session, to be honest. Like it is like 8:30, but thank God I had like snacks. Small carrots are made from big. You know that I don't think that they're used that much here. You know, I think that they're used only for like in McDonald's. Like you see them as a snack only in McDonald's. Oh, my phone is gonna die. Shit. I have 4 carrots, but it doesn't matter, VJ. You can do as many as you want. Like, this is something else. You can also cook them as you want. So maybe I can close the door now, so we don't have motorcycles and stuff going on. I'm starting to feel like my energies are going low because I didn't have like food, but I'm smelling the chicken. Wait. Oh, it smells like paprika. Oh, yes. Oh, fuck. But it smells so good. It smells so good. I'm so excited for that. Oh, the pets. Does it work? Are the pets working? I don't think so, right? Where are you cooking it? In the oven? What? The chicken? Yes, the chicken is in the oven. You're feeling like you're watching a cooking show? A crappy one, I guess. Like, at least this is gonna be kitchen for students. One day, if you want, I can teach you other stupid stuff, like the eggs with the tomato sauce. Also very easy, but very good. I'm actually procrastinating the zucchini because those are gonna take so long. Those are gonna take so long to make, because like I always get them fucked up. But wait, the chicken is smelling way too much. I have this rule: when stuff in the oven smell too much, it means that they're getting burned. Wait, let's do a quick check. But I think I'm gonna do them like separately, by the way. Let's put this one on. I hope it will not be too loud. This actually is very often very loud. Wait, let me put you on the other side, so at least it will not be like too much of a pain. Oh, you know what I should have... You know what pants I should have been wearing today? I have no butt pants. Shit. I also have potatoes, but I don't think I'm gonna make the potatoes because I'm too tired right now. Wait. Shit. I also need to put a nice coffee. That was actually, chat, that is actually the one that you like helped me out to get. A lot of you like tipped in for that, so I appreciate you very much. It's amazing. I haven't bought the coffee beans yet, because that can also grind the coffee beans. I haven't that one yet, but I could tomorrow if you want. We can do that tomorrow. I just want to put a little bit of oil on these ones. I just put a little bit of oil. 2 shots of tequila. No, 2 shots of vodka. And then we're going to put some spices in it, I would say. Cam F? What? Oh, to this cam. I don't know why it does that. Deactivate and activate. It should be all right. Metallic pepper on top of the that to not get burned. Really? Wait, I need seasonings for this. We're gonna be putting. What are we gonna put? We have. Do we have something interesting? No. What are you, Papa? I don't know. Okay. You know what I do usually, and that's not the best thing. Also because we do have it. Woo! Okay, I like to put brodo, which is, I don't know if you have it anywhere else in the world, but it's like this thing that tastes amazing, and I put it everywhere. Like, I'm addicted to this. It's like dehydrated stuff. Wait, Cam, why does it keep freezing? Is it getting too warm? I don't even know, chat. Just let me know. Whenever it goes frozen again. What is that? This one. It was like brodo vegetale in Italian. Oh, no, this one. Brodo vegetale. But you can put whatever you want on those things. What else do we have here? That's it. Food. live off or wait, what? I'm just gonna do this. Turn it around. I could put like rosemary, but I'm not. I don't want to go out. We should do like a lazy cooking stream. Like, oh shit. Oh shit. Well, this is already a lazy one. Okay. Let's have these babies. Let's not make everything super dirty. Let's put these babies into the air fryer. Mix oil and brodo with hands. Yes. Yes. Brodo vegetale equal drugs? Yes. Yes. 100%. I die for the brodo vegetale. No. I put it at the maximum temperature. I need to put my phone in charge because I think that it has like 2%. Does it like, and now I'm gone with the microphone so you don't really hear shit. But later when I'm back, can you tell me if you hear the, what, oh shit, why did I came out here? What am I looking for? Oh, the charger, okay. Shit. You know, so that I keep telling you that I'm like this, and now you had like the proof that I'm like this. You have the actual proof that I'm like this. Oh, yep. I know. Yeah, I'm very much Dory. I'm very much Dory. Let me put it here. It happens so many times because I feel like my brain is thinking about 3,000 stuff. And then, okay, now, is it too loud? It should not be. Like, it is loud, but it should not be too loud. Let me also put a little bit more stuff in order. Those are going to go for a while. At least 20 minutes, I think. And also the chicken, I should put it away. And then we're gonna put the zucchini in it. I did a mess here. Why did I just destroy it like this? I don't want to use other plastic to cover it. I don't want to get the new plastic, you know. Also because, surprise, surprise, I'm lazy to get it. Oh, nice. Fixed it. Like it's, I'm stupid because I'm leaving one piece of chicken only. Oh, it's very warm. Oh shit! Okay, everything is foggy now. But I think that it's we're getting there. Chat with the chicken. I think that the chat. I call the chicken chat now. The chickens are almost done. Chickens are almost done. This one also. So to disconnect and reconnect the cooking camera. Maybe it's the because it keeps freezing. Okay, like, yeah, most probably is that. Probably it's like too warm or something. Come on, you got this. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe we'll see. Anyway, it smells so good. Oh my god. Chad, can we do this like every week? If I get the apartment, and would it be okay for you? Like, I would never cook because you see how much time we're taking? I have a lot of issues, and among these, there is the fact that I am very, very scared of wasting time. But if I'm doing it with you, it's so cool, you know? Like, I will be okay. I just need to have an apartment, Chad. I just needed to have an apartment. Because, again, like, I can do this today just because my parents are not home. So I can actually do it without like, not because they're mean or anything like that, or I don't want them to be on stream, but because they like their own spaces. They don't want to be bothered. My mom gets very stressed for no reason. We're gonna be doing all of the zucchini, so they don't go like wasted in the fridge. Also because like if they are already cleaned and like if they're already cooked, it's more probable that I actually eat them, you know. Wait, I cannot see shit. All right. If I miss on alerts, just let me know. I should not, because I should have fixed the alerts, but if I am. But wait, how many subs did we get today? Like 35 or something? Shit, chat. Shit. Am I right here? 36? Shit. These ones, we can make them a little bit like bigger than the carrots, because like zucchini, every single time it looks like you have a lot, and then you cook them and they're like 2. I swear. Another thing that is as this annoying are like spinaches. I swear, every time I'm like, oh, I have so many spinaches, I cannot even fit them in the pan. I cook them and it's like not even a meal. Stupid spinaches. I like them a lot, but they're stupid. Zucchini are difficult to cut, that's for sure. Maybe I'm being faster than with the carrots, maybe because I improved the technique. All right. By the way, to be honest, I'm very, very excited for the, I know that I keep saying this, but I'm very, very excited for the, how is it called? For the tech week, for the in real life that we're going to have next week. Like, I'm really excited. Like, we're going to be in a full conference with a lot of like smart people. I can ask to many of them if they can maybe join us on stream or like have the talk like the one that we have with Prime. That would be so good. That would be so good. NASA is also going to be there. Yeah, that's amazing. Look at how I improved my... I think that the chicken is getting burned, by the way. Let me just take it out. Just better raw than burned. Like, hey, fuck. I forgot these. How do you call these? Mittens? Let me, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, it's so warm. Oh, they're actually looking delicious. Oh, they're frying a little bit because they're very warm. Look at it, chat. Look at it. They're just a little bit burnt, but that's fine. Look at it. These are gonna be tasting good. Scrumptious. Okay, I'm never new. I never understood if I'm allowed to put like hot stuff on here. So we're gonna let it like get a little bit cold there, and then I'm gonna put it here so you can see it better, I think. I was not flattering for the chicken. I swear, the chickens are doing good. I can post up pictures on Instagram later. Now wait, I have to turn off the oven. I'll finish this one and then I'll turn off the oven. Okay. All right. All right. Have you ever done anything like 23andMe and Ancestry? No, I've never. That would be very curious, wouldn't? Oh shit! Did I punch you? No. That would be really curious. Did you do it? Did anyone ever done it? I remember that once I saw a TikTok, of course, that was saying that there was this guy that was like kind of racist and blah, blah, blah. They did a 23andMe, which is the one that they take a little bit of your DNA and they analyze where you are from, or at least like, you know, your ancestors and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, not even like Caucasian. Is that how you say it? Caucasian? Not like, maybe like a 2% it was. Stupid. No, it was not a racist. It was like one of those philo-Nazi stuff, you know, like one of those philo-Nazi guy. My God. Done. Almost done, chat. Almost done with all the zucchini. Shit. Right. I want to change the way they think. Do you think so? I think that they, like, people that have those judgmental, they think that it's mostly because those kind of thoughts give them the possibility of think that they are better than other people. You know, if they were like, oh yeah, but that doesn't, you're not included in that, they would be like, that is not fair. Like, yeah. Like, they like the privilege, right? If you take away the privilege from them, then it's not worth fighting for that idea anymore. No, they don't. They don't, you think? Yes, I do eat a lot of vegetables. Vegetables are good for your brain. By the way, today, Chad, I went to the gym and it was so good. I was generally very proud of myself. I did a lot of squats. Don't be weird about it. I did a lot of squats, like with one leg, with two legs. I was so cool. I was generally proud of myself for like the weight. Like, it was 10 kilos, not much, but still was very proud of myself, which I usually do nothing, right? God, the amount of words I've wasted. For what? I'm scared to find out I'm Ghanaian and I'm wrong rice? On rice? Really? 3 legs. Yes, not 3 legs. Shit. Whew. You see, in the end, they look like nuggets. I think that the light is better here. In the end, they look like nuggets. You can see it also here if you prefer this cam. I don't know, but Woo! Oh my God. Oh my God. Very, very good. Do you hear how crunchy it was? That is because of the chips. That is just because of the chips. Se sente tutto. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my God. And they are also very caserecce. Homemade. Plus, I'm putting this one again because you know that I have zero idea on what to put on stuff, but I just know that makes everything better, so yeah. My God, that was so good. That bite, did you hear how crunchy it was? You know what I would love to know how to do? I would love to do chili con carne. I think that would be so cool. Like, I like these things because these are things that you can bring like to a party, or like if you do something in the house with people, you can just do these things that are easy and they're super tasty. But I think that also chili will be so good. Like, I saw a video on TikTok where you put like where like you actually put like foil paper on the entire table. Then you put nachos or like tortillas, I don't know how you call it, tortillas all over the entire table, and then you put chili on it. Chili with meat. Oh my God. And then you're just at a party with this huge table of chili with carne. You just go like, and there were like little things with like guacamole and other stuff, cheese. Like, you just, oh my God, I would love to do a party like that. I would love to like do a party, invite the people, like do it, then don't invite anyone. Not having anyone at the party, like just me and eat all of it, or like I don't want to deal. Like I love to organize parties. I hate to deal with the party, like like all the expectation of it having to be good, and like people have to have fun. Otherwise, my party was scrappy. How are we doing? Woo! Oh my god! Today, and it never happened that we did an entire cooking stream with everything going well. Like you can see it from here. Look at them! Ho ho! Full fucking hope. With full hope. I still have a couple of seconds to go on. Like 1 minute, and it still has to go, and that's it. I'm so loud. I'm sorry. They're so good. They're so good. Is the microphone too loud, chat? Is it? I made sure that it wasn't multiple times. Tell me if it's still. Tell me if something changed. We could do the potatoes, but I'm tired. What time is it, chat? It's 9. We're supposed to start. I did all of this schedule random, like completely at random. All right. Like I had no idea when was I actually going to do like cooking, when I was actually going to do the Sims one, but we're actually on time. How do you do mayonnaise? Does it take long? Let me check if it doesn't take too long, we can do like a mayonnaise too, because like I cannot have that one without mayonnaise. But maybe also I should. Wait, I think that I have. Okay, you are done. Oh, pretty. I should have like sauce, like a yogurt sauce, which would oh my god, G of the past, you are a fucking genius. G of the past, you are amazing. This is panna acida erba cipollina. It's perfect. Perfect, like yogurt with the, I don't know how to call it, panna acida. Let me get a plate. We also have to do zucchini, but we can wait for it. Shall we put it in this one, or? But don't you dare. Okay. She went to the other direction. Okay. Pina is back to eat her food. Let's go. Sour cream. Yeah, sour cream. And onions with 1 prosecco. I don't know if I have it. If I have it, we can do it. Like actually, to be honest, 1 glass will not hurt me. Oh shit, we have it. But no, I think that no, these are the good wines. No, chat, we only have good wine. I'm not allowed to get the good wine. I think. I don't. Let me do a quick call. Let me do a quick call to see if I'm big enough to have that wine. I think that I can mute you from here. I cannot. I can from here. No. Well, you're gonna hear my mom and I asking. Let me call her real quick. I'll put you right there. My mom is not answering. My mom is not answering. So. Ehi papi, domanda, posso bere una delle bottiglie qui? In frigo sono entrambe buone. Bere una delle... Sì, se lui ha toccato il champagne. Ok, va bene. Dobbiamo un bicchiere. Ok, ciao. Chat. Chat. We are big enough to get wine. We are big enough, chat. Yes, we are big enough. Wait, where's... I need to put my phone back to charge because I'm big, but it's still gonna die, the phone. We are big enough. We are big to get this bottle of water, wine for us. Wait, let me get also the... By the way, later I will have to switch everything in the other room. Should I go for like a fancy glass? Yeah, let's go for a fancy. I think that I stole this one. Trick it firmly? Sure. Sure. Can the mod turn off the stream in case I get to... No, Camille, I'll know my limit. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know it. We might not even encounter that problem, Cami. Just because I went to the gym, you know. He's coming out. All right, we're cool. We're cool. Let's go. Nice. Nice. That could have been very bad. Don't you feel like we got back to the G time? If you're new to the channel, I used to have like another channel that is still out there. We don't talk about Bruno.
I can only see him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
If you go to the gym, don't forget to... Stupid. Nighttime Bandit. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Nighttime, thank you so much for the 2 months. Actually, to be honest, something that I missed, I think, from this cooking stream is like music. Because, Chad, you're hearing the music. I am not. So thank you for subscribing so I could have some music. I appreciate you, Nighttime Bandit. I appreciate you very much. Bottle check, please, for what? Sorry. We haven't heard any music? No, you're not? Oh. Oops. It's white. If you're Italian, maybe you got the joke. Anyway, let's put everything on a plate. Wait, let's actually... Shit. Okay, so this is the one that I already... Bit on board. Mm-hmm. 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 Then we put some on these carrots. Oh my god, so it's really, really good, chat. I'm not even joking, it's really, really good. Then we put some of these fries. You know how to trick your brain into thinking that they're fries. We put some of them. I need to put them in like a Tupperware. Let's use this one so I can put also the other zucchini. Whew! Oh my god, the wine is good. Coming up, cleaning the kitchen. Yeah. Do you want to do it with me, or like, shall we go? No, maybe I can play some The Sims while I'm eating. You know, that sounds healthier than actually eating while cleaning. And by the way, no. Wow. Now, cool people will say that you need to clean that one before cooking one more time. But since we use the same thing on both of them, we just put it back in. Mm-hmm. 15 minutes we did it before, right? Yeah. Let's do 15 minutes again. Very proud. I'm very, very proud. I think I'm gonna just do the kitchen in the morning for sure. Like the idea now is like we go to play some The Sims all together. The taste, so good. Now we're gonna be playing some The Sims together, and then we're gonna be. That's it. We're basically doing that. We're basically doing that tonight. I hope that's enough for you. Oh, I have to put away the chicken. No, I'm not biting this one. I'm biting this one. I so wanna. Oh, mmm. 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 I don't know if I have a Tupperware big enough for all the chicken that we made. I don't. Mm. Mm-hmm. Eat it all? I don't think so. It's a lot. I have to like do like a Tetris so I can fit them all. First, the small ones. Oh my god, they look so tasty. Mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Then the big one on top of it. No, you're gonna need another Tupperware. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna have this one. This one is a salsa yogurt sauce. So you do this. You do this. Mm. Mm. My desk is gonna be a mess later. By the way, I'm still. Yeah, it's some sour cream and yogurt sauce together. I'm still hoping that one day I will have my armchair. So now we could play like The Sims while I'm in my armchair. And how much am I into wine? Not man. No, I like it, but I prefer beer. Like I would love to be like in my armchair, like chilling over there. Oh shit, I forgot this one. Chilling on it while we chit chat. Maybe I should wait that they get a little bit colder, right? Yeah. Otherwise, I'll be hurting that. Oh shit, chat. It's coming. It's coming. I have to switch everything there. Okay. Listen, it should not be too hard. I'm just gonna move you. All right. Something like here. Even though it's bad, you're still here. All right. Sorry. Are you on Discord chat? Are you having your own combos on Discord while watching this? By the way, no, too high. I look even taller now. You don't have rights. I never got a poltrona. No, I haven't. You don't have rights in this stream. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have wrongs. Yeah, you have wronged a lot. Still too high. All right, that's better. I just have to move the camera in the other. Well, I can keep the microphone on so you're still gonna hear me chit-chatting. You're still gonna hate this. I'm just gonna moving everything, like the cam that I actually did not use, so it was completely useless, in the other room, hoping, chat, that the cam link will still work. If it doesn't work, we're gonna have a crappy stream the entire night. playing The Sims, watching some drama. Who of you knows on in The Sims? Who knows like the drama that has been going on in my families on The Sims? Who's the one that is updated on that is happening? As it's better than living up. Way better. Come ditch. No, I'm just not there. Oh yeah, that's true. That's me. I'm still there, even though I'm not there. I am there. Wait, you don't hear me? Oh, because I'm far away. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just. I'm sorry. What do you mean fried? Is it bad, or is it you just don't hear me? Cha, was the mic bad because you couldn't hear me, or was it like other stuff, like you could hear like weird noises? I'm back in my room, by the way. I'm just fixing up stuff. I'm just trying to connect the cam. Oh my god, I have to go under the bed. Oh shit, I'm not used to. I'm not used to not have the microphone going on. So she cannot see the chat. No, I can see the chat. I can see you. Hello, Cami. I can see you. I'm doing stuff. I'm going back and forth. I had the chats in both of the places, but I just wanted to know if the microphone, the other one, was like going bad, was bad, or it was just I am everywhere. If you were hear like weird noises or what. Is this gonna be okay? I don't know. We're gonna see. What's up, Fluffy? Oh no, you're okay? No, you don't want to talk to me? Okay. I am generally everywhere. Okay. Oh shit. Wait, we're gonna, since you're not answering to me, I don't know if the other friggeva l'audio. Was it bad then? Okay. I'll go back to this one. I should stop frying. Should stop frying now. Should stop. You should hear me, right? You should hear me okay. I'm not an abstract matter. I'm here. I'm right here. I'm just thinking, what do I have to do? I have to bring my food in the other room. Maybe that's the last thing. I did not fire the butler. Wait, is it better also now that I'm here? So I need this one. We don't need the other cam for now. I hope so. Is everything off? For what? Yeah, the oven is off. Thank you. The oven is off. The air fryer is still going, but it is supposed to keep going. Let me just put the cam link. Floyd, what's up? Oh, Floyd, do you have to go out? Shit. No. Beep boy. Is it bad again? Is the microphone bad again? Is it bad? I can switch to this one, but with this one I will have to scream. But at least I don't kill you, right? What was I looking for? Oh, my phone. So I can use a light. Wait! Okay, I can finally see. Maybe. Oh shit!
if it's gonna work, to be honest. I'm really skeptical about skeptical. Shut up. Fuck. Oh, it is not. Okay, fair enough that it's not working because it's not connected. But what about? But that's the point. You're not gonna see anything. Shit. Oh. Let's see. Let's hope that the cam is gonna work. Hello. Welcome back. Normal stream going on here. Normal stream. Shh. Hi. Hello there. Hello. Hello. What's up? Something wrong? Hi. Hi. Did you have fun with G? Oh shit. So it just doesn't work on that computer. I don't know why. The food, G. Yes, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get the food. So I need the food. What else do I need from the kitchen? So I just go one more time only. I am tired because I had to run. Microphone is quiet. Maybe because before it was very strong before. But yeah, maybe I can make it higher since I will not be screaming for The Sims. Is it better now? Now it should be better. I need wine. I need wine. I need my food. The zucchini are gonna go. That's it, right? Okay, wait. Let me go get it. Let me put some music on also. I'm sorry you didn't have music the entire time. You didn't have music? How did you not have music? Wait, what the fuck? You're supposed to have it. What the fuck? You're supposed to have it, chat. Like... Oh no, it just stopped. Okay, now you have it. Now you have it. Sorry. Yeah. It stopped. I don't know why, but it stopped. Sorry. Yeah. You're raping 3, 2. You got it. Wait, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Maybe I need a fork. Shit. Oh! Woo! Maybe I also need a fork. Are you vibing with the music? Later. No, doesn't want to. Whoo! Shit. Oh my hair looked digi. Oh, it looked better from far away. Oh, you can see the mess that is inside. Alright. Actually, good music. I'm so sure I'm gonna destroy this desk with this. Miss you right now. Okay. I wanna fix the cam. Do you like it, VJ? Did you try it? Did you like it? Nice. Happy that you liked it. Did you also do the carrots and zucchini?
Mmm. Mmm. Even the carrots slap. Mmm. Okay. Everything very casereccio, very casereccio. Okay, chat, we are here. We are ready for The Sims. Yeah, looking. Yeah, we just finished in this seconds. Opening The Sims right now. I don't remember my password. Yeah. Hi, Patat. Wait, so the GIF should not be working. Why are you still trying to make it work? I mean, fix it. Oh, cool. This is chicken that Chara and I just made. Oh my god, Nicholas, I appreciate you so much for what you said. That really means tons. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Wait, I'm not patting you for saying good things. I'm just fixing the camera. Thank you so much for that. It really means a lot. It really, really does. I got you, BJ. Very happy that you made it with me. I'm opening the Sims chat. I hope you're ready. It's honestly so good. Mikela, you're so close. You're so close to eat. You're so close to eat. You got this. What are you cooking, by the way? Okay. Liver with onions? Michele, oh my god, you got this. Ew. Here. Welcome to The Sims chat. I hope you're ready for today. I'm gonna be doing some cozy The Sims. Let me fix the camera. Paint the date, understand when everything's made to be broken. Oh, no. Want you to know who I am. There we go. Okay, she's not pregnant. Okay, let me tell you all about the drama. Let me change the title. The Sims drama. There we go. And then we can move to The Sims. Oh shit. Hey, Twitch. Shit! Oh, The Sims. Sorry, I'm trying to change the category. I feel like I cannot. Okay. Okay. So, I'll tell you all about the drama, okay? Because that's what I am in for this game. Oh. It's gonna be difficult because I'll be also munching. Well, maybe I can stop for a little. Okay. So. I'll drink instead. She's Sana Lee. Sana Lee is a doctor. C'est pregnant, c'est quoi pregnant? Pregnant, c'est avec un bébé en la panse. I don't know. Anyway, she's Sana Lee. She's a doctor, like a medical doctor, all right? And she started living by herself, all right? And Santa, a quanto pare. She started living by herself, all right? She then went to meet a guy because they were a new neighbor. And, oh, she's also a streamer. Yeah, I forgot to tell you this. She's also a streamer. Like, she has a lot of money, all right? She has a lot of money. And she is... what is this? Oh, I paid the Twitch subscription to someone. Okay.
And she is she once like two new people came into the neighborhood, and she went to visit them. You know, like a decent human being. She went to visit the new people in the community. She then any resemblance to reality is pure coincidence. Yes, I'm not a doctor. Anyway, she is. If you interrupt me, it's so difficult for me to continue. You know that I have problems of like continuing conversations. I cannot like do one straight conversation. Plus, if you freaking distract me, that's a pain. I cannot do anything. Shit. I don't interrupt myself. Anyway, I'm gonna see chat. I'm not gonna read chat. Okay, so moving on. Okay, she went to see these two people. She then there's two guys. Okay, there is one that is very sweet, and the other one is more like, you know, fuckboy kind of style. And she of course fell into the guy, and they went to a cauliflower place, and they found a baby. More only for this. Thank you, Cami. And they found a baby in the cauliflower field. All right, because that's how babies are born, right? Yes. Okay. So they happened to do that, and they found it. They had to keep it, right? So then he decided to live with her. You know, he was working as a teacher, and he started like he was working as a babysitter, not a teacher. He's a babysitter, and he started to live with them. They did not get married, but he started to live with them. So, like, bear in mind, she lives in this house. She lives in this house. Now it's all dark because like it's a night, and like the lights are off, right? Because we care about electricity. And she also has a butler. So she's living the life, right? So he found this. He married rich. Or he didn't marry, but he moved in rich. So he moved in this house. He has a butler. He works 2 days a week for like 3 hours. And then he just has to take care of the kid that she gave birth. That they found in the cauliflower place, right? So then they, so that's all good. That's all fine. They went to another cauliflower field, and they found another baby. And after having that baby, the guy started to be like, oh yeah, I'm sad of my life. I don't like my life. I want to break up. So now he broke up with her. And he left to go away. Now, to everyone who was following the drama, who stayed to watch the drama on Discord, knows what's my plan after. But for you, we're gonna see, all right? Should I tell you already, maybe? Do you want to know? Do you want to know what is the plan? How do you feel about it? Do you want to know what is the plan? No? The butler, because... Okay. The butler... Who's gonna lose everything? The butler is mostly because... There is this expansion on The Sims that is called Laundry Day. Like Laundry Day. But in... well, let's change the music. Anonymous! Anonymous! Anonymous, thank you so much for the gifting 1 to Tricky. I appreciate you. I was saying... Oh, because I got the expansion is Laundry Day. So I was like, oh, it's so cool. It's going to be so nice. It's so pretty, so beautiful. It's a fucking pain. You have to have them do the laundry. Otherwise, they're going to go around with dirty clothes. Like, very realistic, but at the same time, it's such a pain. So I got the butler mostly because I couldn't deal with the entire laundry. There is a laundry expansion. Yes, there is. It's actually cool, but I mean, it's a pain, so I had to get that one. Anyway, what was I saying? Pay to lose? Exactly. It's a pay to lose. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit of what I'm planning to do. So there is this, the 2 babies, but she's alone, right? The idea is to have her go meet the other guy that the first guy was living with, and just be there and like let him console her. And then we'll see. Then we'll see what it is like. If he's good, is a nice person or what. But that's it. Basically it. The dust bunnies. Where were the I remember the dust bunnies. Where were those, Estrella? What, the guy she didn't get? Well, yeah, you know, like at the beginning, the first guy that she had the 2 kids with was living with another guy. The other guy is not a loser? Was he? I hope so. Why should we kill the butler? Why should we kill him? Do you think that you can actually kill in The Sims? Can you actually kill? Forget the werewolf expansion? Yes, I heard that is also a scam. Oh yeah, we have a very creepy butler because he keeps like watching the kids sleeping. I have no idea why, chat. I have no idea why. I look at him. He's just in the room, staring at her, sleeping. That's not his job. Look. He's just there. He couldn't be staying like in the kitchen, anywhere, in the room. Let's do a paw. Yeah, mods, you can do paws if you want, whatever you want. Oh. He's a perv? Alright. Oh no, I should not have... I'm sorry. Joffrey, I'm sorry. I should not have done that. Sorry. That next to Caliph... Oh, wait! You know what we could do? You know what we could do, chat? Wait. Can any more obvious? Is it a punk? Shitty ballet? What more can I say? I'm gonna put... How do I change that? Do I have to change it in the alerts? I wanted to change the alerts for the BDs to 50. So sexy and little boy, it wasn't good enough for her. It wasn't TTS settings. Text to speech activation amount. Why does it say 1 when it is actually... This is so wrong. Oh, this is not what? No, this is not tip. Not tip. Cheer. That's it. That's it. That's the one. There we go. Scared boy, she's sexy and little boy. He wasn't good enough for her. Okay, closing everything else. Okay. What is Hood on? No, it's like it's an entire thing altogether. Write down all the songs to win the next game. What? Well, you do hear the music. I'm not crazy. You do hear the music. Yeah, I'm same. I could never sleep with someone watching me. Who can? Who could? Oh, right now she's like recording a new video. Very unintentionally funny, Gummy Bear. By the way, the dinner, I would easily give it like a 8 out of 10 tonight. Must be a lot of like reasoning also with the wine. She looks so tired. Look at her face. She looks so tired. Look at when she when she stopped smiling. What? Did you see? Shit. 8 out of 10. It was good. It was good, Jake. It was good. I did better things. Like I can do like roast beef. Are they all still sleeping? Yeah, they're still all sleeping. Yeah, that's realistic streaming experience. Shit. She's actually not streaming right now. She's recording a video. Like, and what is fun is that you can see the mouse there moving. Can you? But oh, she did a text video. We're gonna edit that later. I was asking actually people how do you play The Sims? Why is she hungry? Oh, go eat. How do you play The Sims if you ever play? Like, if it was me, like I would just tell them exactly what to do. Like right now, I would just tell them go do this and it. Where are you going? Girl, you have a freaking bath upstairs. So you're gonna go to the butler place? Who goes downstairs? Why are you sad? From fear of unfulfilled dreams. Oh, oh, because she's not achieving her dreams? Oh, she needs to achieve like a Star 3 celebrity. I think that we should like create, oh, meet a celebrity. We need to go to this event for sure. But also, let's see when do we work. Because we need to create, like, to make a meet and greet. So on Tuesday. Tuesday we're making a meet and greet. So we can get a little bit more famous. She's gonna be invited Sim. All of you. You son of a bitch are not coming. Fuck you. He doesn't want us. Like, he wanted to break up with us. What the fuck? I swear. Mixologist, let's invite one. Not too much. And we're gonna do it. I have like 2. Okay, there is like this. This one is really, really cool. There is also a Starbucks. Chad, where should we do the meet and greet? Does she use Notion? Her? Most probably. Where should we do it? Like we have... Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you. We can do it either a Starbucks or we can have it in a beach pool party. Or what else is the other? There's another cool place that I have. No, not a house. Where is it? There is one that looks like I cannot do it in the other places. There is one that looks like an entire like Burger King. It is not there anymore. This museum is super cool, but there is nothing in it. In a nightclub? Like nightclub, but these nightclubs are so bad. I swear the base structures on The Sims are not too good. Let's do it like in this beach pool party. I would say like let's do it at 12 p.m. so we're chilling. You would not leave the kids with a butler? I mean, it's okay. He can manage. Like, girl, she's doing a bath, Cami. Cami was like, oh, she needed a shower. She does not. How I Google it. By the way, our husband was not even like... was not even taking care of the kids, to be honest, so... I really would like her to get married with the other guy. Like, so then they can actually get in love and stay happy together. But with these new expansions, you keep getting like the fear of unfulfilled dreams. Oh, shit. It's not about that, Ashkelon. Like, it's not about the husband not being useful because he didn't have a job. It was not useful because he kept complaining and he did nothing for the entire family. You know? But... so the idea... let's call the guy. If he's still alive. Where the fuck? Where is he? We're not friends with him anymore? Where did he go? Did he get old, maybe? Did he maybe get... what was his name? He did not... no, that's Landgrab. What was his name? It was something difficult, right? Shit. We have to find him. We have to find him. Girl, you're going on an expedition. No, not the husband's name, the friends of the husband. Go by yourself. Go say hi. We have to go back to his house and be like, oh, do you remember about us? You know, like about me, you know. We used to be friends, or at least we used to be like a friend of of the same person. Now he's a piece of shit, but. Okay. Oh yeah, they didn't know each other. What the heck? Alright. I could tweet it. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. I don't know where is the screenshot. What are these screenshots? Why are these screenshots from the past? Oh, this is the theater. What the heck? It's just screenshots from the past. That's a very TikToker house, this one, but he is like that guy. Anyway, let's see how this one goes. Oh, why is the butler calling us? What do you want? I've been thinking about getting to know Rohan Eldeberry. I don't know who that is as a friend. Yeah, I don't know. Go for it. Who's she? Who's Rohan Eldeberry? She's already playful. We could do like ask about the day. Check hottest is like something that's like flirty, but since like she's a doctor, she can do this thing like pretending to check the temperature. Look at that. Honestly, same. Hey, yo! Honestly, same reaction. I think so, Kendrick. I think so. Holy shit. Let's brighten a little bit the day. Let's gossip about the neighbor, about the freaking damn ex-boyfriend. Shit. Oh, she's really good. Cringe over 9,000? Shut up. Make a flirtatious joke. What is Flash Crazy Eyes? What is Flash Crazy? What is that? Excuse me? What was that move? Am I sure she's not pregnant? Why, Kami? Amer, I'm sorry. I don't speak Italian. Why should I speak Italian? I'm so sorry. Convinced she's pregnant. No, she's not pregnant. She's just a little bit chubby. Listen, Josh, she just gave birth to 2 kids. She just gave birth to 2 kids. How dare you? Do you want to go see when she goes to the job? We're gonna go with her. We're gonna go. Well, job is more important than actually the boyfriend. Who cares? It's gonna be another time. But I want to show you what does it mean when she goes to the to work as a doctor. I really like it. But I want her to get a promotion. Because right now she's at level 9 of being a doctor. You know, 9. How does she find time to stream? It's difficult. She doesn't stream. Why there's things to mop there? She doesn't really stream anymore. She just she creates, how is it called? Videos. Hammer, I don't know about that. I don't know about Valorant. She forgot the other child. No, one is at school. Actually, she's not been going too well at school. She has a C. Oh, she's gonna come back home with a B. Thor reminds me something. Your hammer? The cat of a friend? I think. By the way, she now swabbed that one so that we can analyze the person sample. I have a very fish memory, I'm sorry. Pimple Popper on TV. Oh, that's so good. Pimple Popper on YouTube. That's so good. But she does more like tech and toys stuff. Only a B? It's a B, but the first kid is actually gonna be more of an artist because she had like, you know, the issue of the, oh, she got just the 1,800 just for the videos. The first kid wants to be an artist, while this other one, I think I'm gonna have him wanted to become Why are you angry? Why are you? But you see, they're getting mad at me because I'm controlling their lives. But bro, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to live my life of my dreams, not you wanting to have your own ideas. What the fuck? No. We have to add this. Log. Yeah, we have to know. What the fuck? What are you doing?
Bergen, Gates, and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Vittorio! Vittorio, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you for it. I really, really do. Thank you so much. Yeah, they are trying to break free. Oh, she's pregnant. We have to deliver. Okay, you're gonna be disappointed as much as I was disappointed the first time that I saw her delivering a baby. I thought it was going to be way better. But Vittorio, thank you. What the fuck? I thought it was going to be way better. Like, I thought it was going to be actually, like, thing. But look at how they give birth in The Sims. Baby done. Completed. Done, and she leaves by herself. The kid, I don't know, disappeared. That's it. Well, I mean, I don't know if the other option is the actual human way. I would rather go for this kind of, you know, deliver of the baby. But wait, for the ones that were here since like last December. Oh, chicken was so good, Hank. So good. Really, really good. For everyone who was here since like last December, it is starting to feel like a little bit like it's G stream. Where sure I will. Add new studies. Like where I was like having a glass of wine, we were playing The Sims, we were doing a lot of really, really random stuff. I really miss that one. I really, really do. It's more like on a chilled way, for sure. Wait, Ank is not... Ank, you're not streaming? Oh no, it's Friday. It's not Saturday. It's Friday. Shit. Shall we deliver then food? Well, I mean, just release your tension on this poor thing. What the... Who are you gonna yell at? You're gone. You're crazy, girl. She's also hungry. Let's just let her get some food. Okay, you done? Okay, you're cool? Can we move on? Can we please continue to do our job? Is that okay? Scan body. Let's do something. We need to have a like deliver food. Oh, deliver food. Just do those. Bugger music, hell yeah. Angry eating. Now she's walking weird because she's angry. Oh, she's going to yell again at that. Stop yelling at that thing. It doesn't work like that. It's not you're gonna feel better, you stupid. What? Oh my god. And then she's gonna go be angry. Go be angry. Oh my god. Is there a bed that we can make? Make the bed. Sorry, I'm just doing these things so we can actually achieve things. We have to diagnose this girl. Compelling. Oh, I'm always so scared. Sweaty shivers. Let's go. So we can get a promotion, chat. We really want the promotion. Treat the patient. Do with that. Is that gonna be like a vax? Yeah. I really okay. So we're gonna for sure get a promotion. We're gonna get to the level 10 of being a doctor. That should mean a lot of money, and maybe less hours. I hope so. I really hope so. The Sims just who farted? Yeah, The Sims is like you can get like different expansions. This is the expansion where you can go to the job with them. What does a level 10 of doctor looks like Irla? I think what are you throwing away? Why are you doing this job? It's not your job. Calibrate an X-ray machine. Calibrate. I don't know. Just calibrate it. Why are you cooking? You're a doctor. Go clean stuff. Oh my god. Oh, let's stay for 1 more hour. Stay late. So, why do you keep cooking? Then you don't even eat it, all of it. Oh my god, you're such a pain. Oh my god, girl. Calibrate! What? Do your job! My god, I swear to freaking god. She's so dumb. Okay. I don't know why we can already, like, give this woman... Treat patient. Treat it. My god. And she's not calibrating shit. Yeah, it's and oh, is she operating? What if we did the wrong decision? It happened, by the way, many times that I made the wrong decision and the person like either fell asleep. Oh, treatment failure. There we go. Is she dying? I hope not, at least. Why we cannot calibrate you? Why are you a ghost? Why is there like a doctor ghost? I swear to God, she's not calibrating again. Can you freaking pee? Sorry, I think that there's a lot of bugs here, so that's why it keeps having problems. You have not been she broke up with her boyfriend and he left the house and now she's getting closer to his old friend. She's been promoted. Let's go. She will make an additional 35 per hour for a grand total of 280 per hour, which is not bad. Bonus, Dr. Carrier's styled room. An entire room? An entire room? Wait, not on Tuesday. No, we have our meet and greet on Tuesday. No, we have to move the meet and greet. Shit. No, we're not ARCs. What is this? Nice song. Nice song. Beautiful song, I would say. Amazing song we were listening to. We were listening to a beautiful, lovely song. Shit, wine glass. Wine glass, thank you so much for that. I'll drink a wine glass because of you. Wine glass, thank you so much for that. Thank you. True, she can take a day off. She can take a day off. Let's take a day off. Take a vacation day. Take it. And then just... Why do you want to sleep at 9:30? I mean, go to sleep. We don't really care. She has this... Okay, this kid. I don't know why. She keeps like falling asleep in this house when she has a full-on bed. She has a full-on bed. No, not you. You. Sleep. What the fuck? And the kid is getting grabbed by the freaking butler. Where is it taking us? In front of the radio? Oh, so we could bob to music? How nice of you, actually, to be honest. Thank you. How is he dancing? What are these moves? What the fuck? Look at them. Look at them. Dancing at midnight. Everyone else is sleeping. They are vibing. Daya, you're watching a toddler and a butler dancing. Why is this happening? Why not? Marry the butler? Chad actually wanted to kill him. But well, Friday night. Yeah, these carrots are so good. Something that actually someone in Discord gave me the idea for is what we could do. Chat, we could you could go to bed by, for example, like it. Otherwise tomorrow you're gonna be late. But just maybe not in that order. True. I was thinking something that someone gave me the idea of like having like goals, like sub goals for specific actions. You know, like marry the butler, kill the butler, and you decide how to, like we decide together how much, and then we all together set the goal. I think that would be interesting. So then we decide like yeah, we approve this decision. That was not you, Ashkelon. Yes, it was you. By the way, so good. The zucchini! Let me go check that zucchini. You keep an eye on the kid. She's going to sleep. Let's not her. Don't go to sleep. Do something else. I'll be right back. My watch died. What is she doing? The zucchini still have 7 minutes to go on. And my watch died. He's climbing down the stairs. Bye, Daniel. What time is it? By the way, zucchini look good, but maybe I should have cut them like a little bit smaller, but I think that I was just tired. Where are you going? You're obsessed with the butler, kid. You're very much obsessed with this butler. That's not healthy, you know? Like, he's paid to take care of you. He's paid to love you, you know? Where are you taking me? Again? Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah! That's how they spend their night. Look at her. Can we just listen to something different? Can we listen to something different? Listen to... Oh, dance help. Yeah, help me. Help me dancing. Son of... listen to what... No. How do I change... We cannot change the music? We don't like this song. Can you teach me? Can you... Help me! Dance help! Help me! Bruh! Oh, use diaper. No, you don't even need to pee. Oh, she's using a diaper like that? Dance help! Teach me to dance! I wanna know your... I want to know how you dance. I want to dance the same. Teach me how to dance. Teach me how to dance. Oh, you cannot hear the music of the game? You do hear. Oh, no, I was listening to the music of the game. Sorry. I'm going to turn it. Sorry. I was letting you only hear the music from this one. Hi, Angry. All good. What about you? Is it teaching me? It's not. It's not teaching me. Bro! How dare you be flirty? No. Fuck this butler. No. No, 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 no. Go to sleep. No, no, no. What the fuck? Bro. Bro, how can you be flirty? What the fuck? Bro, that's jail time. That's jail time. Leave me. Go to bed. Save. Pedo bear, for real. Go to bed. I swear, if I see you in my room, the mother is gonna wake up. Just make us food for the breakfast. Thank you. He's a very bad person. Make breakfast. Burn the butler alive? How do we kill him? How do we kill him? How are you doing, by the way? Hi. Oh, he's making now breakfast? Fair. Who knew midnight dancing would get so weird? I know. Girl, you need to take a shower before going to school. You know that, right? You cannot go all stinky. Oh my god, this reminds me of today, chat. I went to the gym and there was a guy that stinked very much. Oh my god. It must have felt so embarrassing for him because I could not have felt it. Bury him alive. Bury him alive! How do you bury someone alive? I'll feel so bad. I never saw him sleeping. He sleeps only on the worst times. Can we clean the dishes, butler? Hi, baby. She's trying to go into her box. Baby, do you want to go into your box? Do you want me to get your blankie? Do you want your blanket in your box? Shit. 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 Where's she, Pera, you piss? I love how everyone now is like all about Pera. Always. Oh, is she? Wait. Wait, we didn't even celebrate you getting a B. I'm so sorry. We didn't even celebrate that. I'm too deep, now I'm going too deep. Oh, we haven't... Did we get a free day? Oh, yeah, we're on vacation today. Team Floyd, you are? Really? Carlo, you are? She's still sleeping because she's been awake. It's not that I never bring neither Pera nor Floyd. They decide to come over here usually. I don't have much power over them, you know? I cannot do much about it. Hi, love. Hello. You know, he comes to us, Floyd, only when he sees like, wait, is that... Butler, I pay you a lot of money. And did you just break our sink? Is she dancing? Girl, you know what we're gonna do now? I think, yeah, that's more Floyd content. I got you. I got you. Really? Aww. Bro, you're a fucking butler. You should be like doing this. Okay. Management? Reprimand. Bro. You need to fix stuff. Yeah, work better. Work better. Shit. Like. It's looking away. There's like that one, but it's not like his fault, right? Oh, we're losing money on our content. We need to do more content. Bro, you empty that one too? Fire him? You think? She's running. I mean, we could fire him or we could kill him. No, he's not a plumber, but at least this one, he should clean this. No, 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 don't drink it. Oh, she made a new one. Oh my god, oh my god. I got very scared. I got super scared about that. Girl, you have your meet and greet very soon, so maybe you wanna go do like a quick pee. No time. We're not taking any kid. The kid are gonna stick with the butler. Good luck. I'll see you. Okay. No, we did not cancel the meet and greet. We canceled the work. We should call police, you think? No, we need the meet and greet. We need to get to the level 3 of being famous. Because, like, so then she can be happy again. That's very sad of you, but... Sign autograph. Let's pretend that he actually cares about us. It didn't ask, but... Bro, acknowledge me, I'm famous! Of the MNG? Of the MNG? Of the meet and greet. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Is she a fan? No. Is he a fan? No. They should all know who I am. Fan meet and greet about to be. Let's say. Oh, they're not fans. Oh, socialize with fan. She's not a fan. So that what we have to do, like we have to make this be very good, alright? We need it to be extremely good. She's a fan. Thanks for coming. Tell a joke about aliens. We need to have a lot of interactions. Since we have to have at least 12, we're gonna have all of those with her. Is she a fan? She's not. All of them. There are no capellini. Can you interact? Okay, interact more. Not flatter. Sign autograph. Where are they? Were everywhere before. Why there are no sign autograph? Oh, what? Oh, hello! So many people, but they're getting excited for someone else, not for me. What the fuck? Come back. Oh, she is a fan. A sign autograph. Sign autograph. Do we also have to pose for pictures? For pictures. Let's try. Look at how many people actually got here. We signed only one though? We need to sign more. Oh no, she's not a fan. Who are fans? Oh, she's... Is that a ghost that is a fan? Sign autograph. Sign it. Sign it! Do we get one more? No? Shit, we're wasting time, chat. We have to be... tell engaging story. We need to tell stories also. Where am I? Okay, here. Then pose again for the pictures. Who cares? Pose again for the picture. The kitchen. In real life kitchen. Don't forget. Oh, she needs to pee. Go pee. Take an angry pee? What does that mean? Okay. No! Butler, what's up? Okay. Go pee. Fast. Go pee fast. We need to continue. Sign autograph. Oh, we already signed her autograph? Sign autograph. Let's see. We need to get this one to be good. We need this one to be good. What are you doing? Tell more stories. Tell... sign. No, you don't need to drink. You don't need alcohol. Alcohol is not necessary. What? You're not... Shit. Why are all our fans dumb and all the way here? Thanks for coming. We need to interact with these people. Sign autograph. Okay, oh no. We're gonna... No, we don't want to leave it endly. Oh, it was good. It's actually good. It was actually good. We need to dance. There is no music. We need to tell stories. More funny. Tell funny story. Go for it. It was a good one. We should have increased our being famous. They have to be fans to count. Yeah, I think so. She's so angry. She's so angry all the time. The gold award can be... Yeah, but we did not... We did not get more famous. We did not get more famous. Should we get... Should we be more friends with her? I think that the more we are friends with someone that is famous, the more we actually become famous. Shit, what a horrible way. She has a goal to become famous. Stupid fans. I agree. Stupid fans. Yeah, she's always getting angry. You're right. Maybe say good job to the girl. Like, she did ask about school and then tell her good job. Is there like something that to say, like, I mean, I'm ignoring you completely, so maybe I should just tell you you're doing fine, you know? Like, we need a little... Oh, yeah, true, I'm always there. You're right. Maybe I should just update the Sims Instagram stories. And maybe we can also update this one. I noticed that also this one has a lot. Let's do also not one more time on this Instagram story. She needs to go. I forgot. Ah, shit, Ashka, you're right. I forgot to take the screenshot. 12 followers. Let's go. One more time. Oh, we cannot do those things anymore. We did too much. Do I have to up me personally, or did he become old? Hold on a second. He was not old before, right? He was not old, right? When did he become old? Oh, they shut down the electricity because we did not pay. Shit. Fuck, so expensive. It is the same guy. No, it's him. It is him. Tim Staton? Wait, maybe it was not him. Didn't we change the butler and we didn't even notice? I cannot see shit anymore. Where are the... Okay. Oh my god, I couldn't see this one. Oh, it's another one! Here's another one! Hey, yo! Hey, yo! When did we change the butler? How? When did we change the butler? What the fuck? What does she have? I don't know. Hi, Shorty. Sorry, you've been noticed by Kami. You've been noticed by Kami. Because like, yeah, your week was done. They're still sleeping. They're still doing. Ah. Much, but before he called, not because he wanted to say that he was leaving, but just to say that he wanted to try to be friends with someone else. No, it was just telling me that he wanted to be friends with someone else. I didn't read that because it's always the same. It's always the same. Girl, tomorrow you really have to go meet the guy. You have to get married with that guy. It's done, alright? Tomorrow we go. Tomorrow we don't work. We have 2 more days of free day, no working. We are gonna have that happen. Chad, she's gonna get that happen. Why do they always dance? Where is she? Oh, she's also going to dance? Likes pop music. Yes, you can like pop music. At least he's not getting flirty. Oh, he's getting me food. No. What's up with you? Yeah, no, give me food. Food, please. Stop dancing. Go get. You see, the kids are growing so fast. Yes, yes. Oh, he's asking me permission, I think. Give me food. Girl, it's 2 a.m. What are you doing awake? Go to bed. It's 2 a.m. and then they get mad because I control them. Of course. No, Butler. I need you. Otherwise, I cannot move anywhere from here. Okay. I need you, Butler, to put me to bed. Story time. Let's go. Can you put me to sleep? Thank you. And because these kids are like wild, are you gonna read me some? Oh my god, I stink. Oh, wait, how do I? Oh yeah. Wait, I don't stink. Did you hire him through our agency? And I don't know. Okay, you can leave it. Thank you. I fell asleep. Oh, this butler is good. It's not creeping around looking at me sleeping. That's good. Is he going to bed? No, but I mean, at least it's not creeping around while I sleep. Still fine, right? Still very much fine. Oh. By the way, I don't know yet what we will be doing tomorrow, chat. What are we doing tomorrow for like to eat? Because tomorrow the idea. You click up as now sync 2 ways to actually fall. Okay. Not tomorrow. Sorry, I keep saying tomorrow, but it's not tomorrow. I'm sorry. Because this was my idea. Let's keep following her while I show you my idea. This one. I was thinking about doing like a cooking stream from 1 to 3:45, and then some more The Sims, and then I take a break and because like at 6:30 I have Python. Not real tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm not streaming. I know, JJ. Sorry. Sunday. That's what I was thinking, but I'm not sure. I don't know what to cook at least. Tomorrow pizza? I'm not that good. I'm not that good to make pizza, you know? Did you do... She didn't do her homeworks! She didn't do her homeworks! Fuck! She didn't do her homeworks. A brunch? At 1? Meatballs. We do have the recipe of meatballs with sauce. I'm not sure. Who's sleeping in my bed? Bro! Hey, yo! Wake up! Bro, this is your bed. Hey, yo! I did not delete the command, the pizza command. Hey, yo! And she said, of course you're sad. Of course you are. They slept in your bed. Shit. Okay, girl, you also have like a video that you have to publish, so stop being sad. We need you to like add transition. I need you to add effects. I need to edit the video, and then I need you to publish the video. She's crying out, yeah. And the kid is sleeping again. Why do you stink so much? Well, can I get a bath, please? Diaper, please? Bath, please. Wipe screen transition and make the screen that. Oh, okay. So she done that. Okay. Oh, it's really sad. Well, you're getting a big bath from the very not weirdo butler. Wait, no. Are you? Oh yeah, you are. I'm checking on him because I don't want him to be weird. Don't be weird. Okay, cool. Why are you angry? This girl keeps getting being angry. Hi, Sissy. Oh, hello. Good evening. Why does she keep being angry? Why are you? No, don't be Oh, you son of a bitch. Sana, don't you dare. Sana, I swear, you're a typical mother. Good night, Bong. Thank you for being here. You're a typical mother. Don't. Okay. Is that how you took a shower? Well, you know what? You're gonna take a bubble bath. Go for it. Hi, Anita. How are you doing? Invite a classmate. Yeah. Maybe you can do your homeworks this time, though. Maybe this time you can do your homeworks. Shit. Okay, they said she's doing okay. Kinda. Wait, no, don't get to the butler's house. Go play with your own shit. Go do something. Go. Oh, you cannot play in here? Yeah, you can play inside. Go play in there. Okay, better. Oof. They really like this radio. They really like this radio, apparently. Oh, she has to invite the guy. Let's invite the guy over and see how he is with the kids. Invite. Let's see how he is with the kids. We have to try this one. Because if we want to get married with him, it has to be good. Okay, Implish Pester? What does it mean? What does Implishy Pester mean? Make a flirtatious joke. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, you look so... Get fucked, Griffin. Stupid. Creepy. Or knock knock joke. That's exactly how I would flirt. Bright in the day. The zucchini are... I haven't double checked the last time. Wait, let me check one more time. Check on her. Stay here. I'll be right back. Zucchini are perfect. Zucchini are perfect. Zucchini are amazing. No, I don't want to go all the way back there. They were good. They're good. Promise. Trust. Is she angry again? Why are you angry? Oh, because you're hungry? Get yourself a... Ignore. Please don't go to your mom. Ask him. You have a butler for something. Ask him. Not dessert food, please. And you don't sleep, shit. You don't sleep. No, not Riot Kami. Do you want me to do all the mess that I did before again? Okay. What a preposterous rumor. Shall we continue to be Romans? Confess attraction. Something I would never do. Ask if single. Friends be also be friendly. Let's also see. Ask about the day. Screenshots. Oh yeah, first time here at the house. First time here at the house. Not ask for a small loan. Discuss interest. We have to see. We have to know more about him. Ask about career. We have to know what he's doing, right? Get to know. Oh, there, she's leaving. Okay, bye. How long is she taking you? Okay. Oh, he's romantic. Ugh. What else? Discuss fitness techniques. Let's see. They're not carbonized, by the way. My zucchini are good. Are you talking about yourself? By the way, of course we have such a big freaking bill to pay every month. Should you like go do some drawings? Let's put this one this one here. It's ugly painting. Draw more shapes. Go for it. Well, you... Can you please continue to flirt with him? Thank you. Tell a dramatic story. Discuss interest. Discuss expanding the family. Maybe we can try. Okay. Friendly. Ask about love life. Shut up, Jake. About this up, Sana, I've been thinking the same. Let me ponder on that thought for a short while I'll get back to you. He also wants to expand his family? He also wants to... Bro, I can give you a full-on package. I can give you a full-on package. Tell a dirty joke. Yes, go for a dirty joke. Hehehe. And a sexy pose. That's how you get all of them. Are you actually... Were you trying to clean the house? Cornabia. Kiss hands. Another way of flirting. She's very single for anyone wondering. Thank you, JJ. Thank you. What else? Sure person. Well, if we were in real life, I know that... Oh, let's ask about the woohoo interests. What do you mean he looks gay, Kami? Kami, you're the last person. What the fuck? Express admiration. Express admiration. Express admiration. With the food in your hands. That makes sense. That's, yeah. What even is this? Fried fish plate. Compliment him. Pick up line. Do something. Flirt. Not sign an autograph. Flutter. Other things. What? Ask about romantic interest. More choices. Oh, she is flirty now. Okay, shall we have them date? At least like kiss? Flirt while eating a fish plate. He's a romantic already. Trying to figure out stuff now. Ooh, he's open. He's not a super straight guy. We like it. Should we go for the first kiss? Or is it too early? Too early. Too early. I'll confess the attraction. Wait, offer a rose? Sure, let's do that. That's the least cringy thing ever. Were we just ignored? Should we go? Offer rose. We want to see the rose. Give him a rose. Do some gaslighting? Poor guy. Oh. And that was directly from her butt. Hold and oh, he's flirting back. Oh, so fucking cringe. You wanted the keys? Give residents keys. We don't want him in our house yet. Do you have any idea to have him invite for stay for the night? That's for sure. Since already midnight. Let's give him the first kiss. Let's go. Let's see. He's staying for a sleepover. Oh, wink, wink. Let's go. Oh, they're happy. Oh, shit, already? Girl, chill. Look at her. She's all freaking out. She's freaking out. She's all... What about date? I did, bro. He's sleeping right there. Give it. Fuck! Did you just farted in our house? Oh my god! Let me put you to bed. Let me put you to bed. Oh shit! What the fuck? What? You see, she's again sleeping inside the freaking thingy. I don't know why. Come on. No, put her to sleep. Oh, change. Can we change the diaper? Change diaper. I think that's the problem. I think that is the thing that is stinking so much. Change it. Ew. She stopped stinking, right? She's stopped. It's just no. She's still green around. Why are you still green around you? No, she stopped green. Okay, put her to sleep. And then you go to sleep also. I mean, you're gonna platonically sleep next to the guy that is staying to sleep over, but it's fine, I guess. It's fine. Who is toxic? The kid? The kid? I mean, this guy, bro, we had other ideas for tonight. What the fuck? You're missing out. If only you knew what you were missing out. The kid does not need a bath. We didn't kill anyone yet. No one. We killed no one yet. Shit. Let's go. What is this? Why did my mom... Oh, this is a... What? My mom... What? My mom asked it... Alright, yeah, nothing. My mother was checking on me and I didn't understand what she was checking in on. Oh, I thought it was the butler. Shit. We're not gonna kill anyone. But my mom said she was sleeping at 7. What the fuck? I don't know. See ya, Murius. Chat. Chat. What if I told you? What if I told you that I might be tired? What if I told you? What if I told you that I'm tired? No. I am a little bit though. I am a little bit. I can send you to someone that is being super active though. That's Baby Jess. No, people think that I'm tired because I've been doing so much today and then I've been like cooking but I really like cooking. I think we're gonna be doing more often cooking. I really like the cooking. Right? It was nice. Actually, Lotto, I didn't have to choose one because someone had like a spare pair of headphones that are gonna send them to me. Can you just say thank you? You don't know who that person is. Can you just say thank you to that person? Turn is a real thing. Yes. Cecile, by the way, hi. Thank you for being here. Chat, I'll see you all on Sunday, alright? I will most probably send information about me on Instagram. And if you want to join us on Discord, I'll be right there. Alright? Looney, thank you for the good night. Thank you for the good night sub. I appreciate you very much. People, if you like the cooking stream, can you let me know however you can? I'm thinking about doing it more often. I really liked it. I really did. And I'm very happy that you liked it because I liked it too. Be good, everyone, alright? I'll see you all on Sunday. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for being here. A beautiful night. She's a super active streamer. I love her, alright? Be nice. Be nice with BBJ. Okay? Oh, thank you, Ashkan. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you for this. This is amazing. Bye, everyone.